Level 1. And then for the character and all that, I think we have some saved appearances. But yeah, Lady Macabre, what were you playing today? What was your game that you were doing? If you actually are here. And anybody that came from Lady Macabre's stream, welcome. I do quite a few challenge runs on Souls games. Sometimes Clone Hero, Pro Drums as well. And occasionally a variety game. But mainly Elden Ring, Sekiro, Dark Souls, Bloodborne, stuff like that. Hagrid? This is like the unkempt version of my main playthrough character. So I think we need Lands Between Rune. Oh boy, let's see if we can remember everything. Alone, thanks, dude. Oh wait, I have auto split set up? Oh no, that's not good. I might have to turn that off because if I have to load a save file, it's going to be incorrect. The pressure's on to not load a save file now. Oh boy. Doing a level 1 run and you're having trouble with Horlo. Any tips? Also able to do Malekith. Hitless. It took so many attempts. For Horlu, you want to basically kill him before he goes into phase 2 fully at the very beginning of the fight. So you're going to probably want to find an actual example of someone doing that, but the idea is to build momentum by hitting him very often for a decent amount of damage. If you're level 1, obviously, as much as you can manage, but being very aggressive on the first phase, not doing like charge attacks on the first phase, but doing light attacks, building up the stagger and just getting the bar to halfway before he staggers in phase 1. And then at the intro of phase 2, you can do a charge attack and you can basically end the fight there if you have enough damage. That's assuming you have a lot of buffs on the character. So you'd want Flame Grant Me Strength, Golden Vow, the Physic Flask with the Strength tier and the Stagger tier. And also, what else do we have? Oh, and then Craig Blade as well. Bumble Crush, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Enjoy the emotes, man. Welcome. I'm Vadi's voice double. Sometimes you thought it was Vadi in the video, but it was actually me. I used to actually be able to impersonate Vadi decently, but I haven't watched his videos enough lately to have it fresh in my mind. Like his accent is kind of light, so that's the hardest part with him. Is like I think he's Australian. I'm pretty sure. I think that's the accent, but it's very, very subtle. It's not super strong. Why do you have to kill the Deathbird to get the red feather talisman? You can take damage, only no hit damage. You can't take damage on an enemy. But I can take damage from myself with an item if I use it to set up my health. Or if I fall off of a cliff or something like that and I survive, that's okay. Again, this is like literally the first practice run of it, so I'm not expecting to get it. But that'd be cool if I did. I don't know what the chances of that are. That sounds pretty crazy. We'll see. Yeah, I gotta sell these. So again, just managing all of the inventory with the items and the budget is going to be interesting. I need 3 of these, crafting kit, cookbook, and then I'm going to get a bit more arrows than normal. Get like 13 maybe. Goodbye. Just in case I screw up. And you can actually jump out of here. Am I going to go with a katana build for this run? I'm level 1, so I'm going to be using the Iron Fists. Katana would be pretty fun if it was better than the balls. I would actually like a katana more. It just tends to be a little hard to use a lot of stuff on level 1. I don't even know what katana would be good on that. How much crafting takes place? Oh man, we're doing arts and crafts pretty much only for the sleeping pots and the holy pots. That's pretty much it. So it might seem like a lot, but I use mushrooms. I believe what's it called? The Trina's lilies and the sunflowers. I think that's it. I'm pretty sure that's all you need. Can use the Uchi with Soar Seal. Oh, yeah, you can meet requirements for it, true. It's a good point. Emotional damage. Been meaning to ask as a fellow drummer who has Gartzka as your personal favorite, have you listened to anything with his other projects? Yeah, so Victoria I've listened to quite a bit at this point. His album particularly, I have not heard. Who are the other musicians on his album, if you don't mind me asking? Curious. Oh yeah, we have to put this on over here. I'm gonna turn the music back on too for the actual game. Do I have an electronic drum set? I actually have a couple. Well, technically 3, but the one that I use for recording the covers is an Elisa Strike Pro, the non-special edition. And then I use a Pearl Eliminator double bass. And I think it's like a Tama Throne, something like that. Next cover. So I have Lamb of God Laid to Rest already uploaded. And unfortunately, it's blocked worldwide from copyright. So the copyright made it not visible to anybody. I don't know why. It's very frustrating, and it's annoying to the point where I see other people do the covers of it and they upload them recently, but mine is blocked everywhere. And it was the hardest drum cover I've done so far on the channel, as far as I know, like in my opinion, with double bass and all that. So I don't know if I'll ever be able to show you guys that unless it's on the stream. It's the only downside. And then I have, I feel like I'm taking Crazy Pills by Holly Springs Disaster, guitar and drums done. And it's uploaded, just ready to go. But I want to add the vocals to it, though. I want to do the vocals for it. So I'm going to record that and then have that up very soon. Just wanted to make sure my voice was feeling like really, really good before I did it, so it didn't sound a little iffy. Because the guy that sings the song, his voice is definitely a little higher pitched than mine by default, so the notes he's hitting, it's not impossible for me to hit, but it just sounds a bit different when I do it, so want to make sure it's smooth and like kind of good. But to be fair, there's not really a single good cover of vocals for that song on the internet, like, because it's a very, very unknown band. Most people that did the vocals are actually pretty bad, so I think I can do better than most people that are doing it. There might be a select few, but to do justice to the original vocalist would be a little bit difficult. Am I going the right way? Oh yeah. So what we're trying to do right now is get Golden Vow, and then I open the War Master Shack because later on he's going to be the one that gives me Assassin's Gambit and I believe some other stuff too. There's a couple other things he gives you. Yeah, Pearl Demon Drive, those pedals are amazing. I got them used, but dude, such a good investment. Very worth it. Oh, I screwed that up. I'm going to probably warp out and do that again. Or he might actually lose interest. Let me just chill. I don't think there's a rush here. He might actually not chase me the whole way. I bet you he comes back up out on this side. And then because, well, I guess his health might reset, but if it was a real run, I don't necessarily need to run all the way back. Just the time of day and the way that we're pacing this out would have to be adjusted. So there's going to be some places where I do need to turn it to nighttime. And that's another thing I have to remember. Yeah, he's right there. We're good. Okay. Talking about Holly Springs Disaster, you listen to their EP once a week. I actually own the physical CD. Yeah, so I've been jamming to a lot of their music. Their guitar stuff for like a long, long time. But drums specifically, I did a cover of the Crazy Pills, and then I'm practicing Up in Smoke right now, and I'd love to do the vocals for that too. Just not the harsh ones. I'm not good at harsh vocals, but the clean ones. And yeah, Holly Springs Disaster. So I was actually in quite a few bands that sounded like them. Like that's the kind of music I played when I was in high school. Most of my favorite music in general from people I knew in real life, it sounded like that. Like Counterparts, Holly Springs, I guess like earlier Bullet for My Valentine kind of stuff like that. That was the vibe. Yeah, this guy's kind of being a nuisance. Oh boy. All right, we'll still wait. We'll be patient. It's all good. Kind of fusion album with pianist Casimir Libursky and bassist Louis DeMiel. Okay, I'm gonna have to check that out. That sounds cool. Matt Gartzka in general, whatever he does is always interesting. What Spider-Man comics? So they're not comic books, they're actually action figures. They're from the 90s cartoon series. Nice. No. Yes. Maybe. Guaranteed yes. Okay. Finally. Well, I guess the universe wanted me to talk to chat a little bit longer, so it made me take forever on that part. That was kind of painful. Am I on the upcoming Omit League? No, no. Omit League I probably will never do again. I'm not a big fan of it. Like, I think that it's a cool idea if you like that kind of gameplay, but the gameplay for me wasn't that fun. So it's mainly the idea that it was not organized well enough. And it's not that they didn't do a good job of like actually trying to arrange it. It's more so that the concept can't be competitive truly, if that makes sense. It's kind of just fun. It feels more like, oh yeah, you can just like have your friends and like have fun and laugh and be like, haha, randomizer. But you can't actually really like outskill somebody if the seed that you get is like bullshit and there's just some unlucky stuff that happens. It's not like a true, like with the way the format is, it's not a true test of someone's skill in my opinion against another person. So it's fun, but it's really hard for me to enjoy because I actually like real competition where you're on a balanced playing field, you practice the thing, it's not randomized, and it's pure, just raw skill essentially. So that's the harder part about the Omit League for me. But yeah, there's no shade towards it or anything like that. I don't think I need the crack pot on this guy. I'm gonna skip it for now. If we need it later, we'll come back. Do I play any bass? I do play bass. So there is a cover of Thundercat's bass part for What's the Use by Mac Miller. I have the drums as well. That's on the music channel right now. It's the first video that features bass since I did the Final Fantasy interlude. So I did like a 2-part guitar. Like I wrote a solo for it, and then I did the harp. I transposed the harp onto guitar, and then added bass as the actual choir essentially. So it was like the people singing for it were just emulated on bass. That was on the main channel. Okay, we're good here. Caleb, what's going on, dude? Welcome to The Adventure, Part 1. So I'm pretty sure there's only so many of these runes I need. I'm gonna get extra just in case, because I might screw up some of the items. But yeah, so far I don't think we're missing anything. I'm pretty sure I grabbed everything we need. Ever thought about getting into some Primus? You know, it's actually really funny, dude. I was actually I forgot to do it before bed. I was like, I was laying down before bed last night, and I was thinking I want to like look into some Primus related stuff. And there's a song that's on Tony Hawk Pro Skater by Primus, but it's the instrumental version. And I was trying to remember the name of it so I could actually like see what the guitar and the bass and all that was like, because it's a really weird song. It's like one of the weirdest songs I've heard. But I was like, that'd be a really funny cover though. So yeah, there's a chance I might do some Primus. There's a couple songs by them I like a lot. Fall damage count on these runs? It technically doesn't invalidate it. It's only hits from enemies. So on this part, I think we go to K-Lid next, go to Rot View Balcony. Run number 1 galaxy? Yep, apparently. Oh, that's the wrong way. You guys are distracting me. If I didn't know better, I'd think that you guys are trying to make me fail to run. It's like I was just sitting here playing the game myself, and then people started popping up on the screen out of nowhere. What do you think you're doing? How long have I practiced for? So I did the making of the save files, and then I went through the save files one time off stream. But not all of them, though. Only some of them. Mainly just the boss fights. That's why I was saying the setup might be a little bit rusty, not risky. Might be a bit rusty. I think that my memory is good enough to recall all the things you actually need. The order of them is more so problem. And then also how you get to certain areas that I don't do in runs typically. Because you'll notice a lot of the pathing once we get to this part's a bit different. And then there's some very familiar stuff too. Like I go into Grail's Dragon Barrow without using the teleporter. It's actually literally just jumping across a cliff. So we're just gonna hit that, and then I literally go in this way. I have some references in my head, so like Minor Erdtree, you want to point yourself towards that, I believe. That is the way to get over there. Where to get the route? So this route is just like the meta, basically. As far as I know, I think everybody follows this now. There's a guy named Smoker Spectre that is a verifier for Team Hitless. And then someone else named Lank that also does a lot of runs. So Lank and Spectre pointed me in the right direction for this one. Of like what kind of stuff, like what the meta build would be, which I actually have already used this build before, but not on a level 1 character. And then the actual pathing of the early game was the part that was a little bit different. So like this run particularly, once it gets further into it, there's a lot of stuff that I normally prefer to do that I still do the way that I like to do. And then there's a combination of some other stuff that it's just smarter to do, because I'm very stubborn. I like to do things a certain way, and if it's not the smartest way to do it, I'll still do it because I like it better. But with this run, I'm like, okay, every single thing that's not smart, I need to change. Needs to be a little bit more intelligent. So yeah, now we're getting the Beast Repellent Torch. Then we go open Fort Pharoth. On the way to Pharoth, I believe I get some Titanite. Streamer, it's not Titanite, it's Smithing Stones. Iron Balls are getting nerfed for the DLC for sure. I bet you they probably will be. So we got to get this run right now.
Well, it's been how can I?
1200? Wait, I can pop these. And then he does sell a cracked pot as well. So again, if I need another one, that's a really expensive. Oh, that's ritual. Never mind. Forget I said that. Not relevant. Okay, and then Fort Pharoth from here, I believe we literally can just go back this way, but I don't think that's smart though. I think it's smarter to go from here. Jerry was a race car driver, yes. Yes, that is the song. It sounds really funky, but also very weird. The exact same time. See, I'm pretty sure you go this way. The shack is over there. I don't go to Grail itself, like the dragon that's on the ground. I kind of go around. Ooh, wait a second. Already heading the wrong way. Yeah, we're going down here. Wait, what? That's where the bonfire is, right? Okay, now I'm kind of lost. Is this the way? Wait a second. Is this where Pharoth is? No, wait. Yes. Yes, it is. Okay, I kind of went in a circle. Bleed is OP. They should nerf Thomas Hack. They just canceled the tour, and they're like, sorry, our drummer's been having some technical difficulties. He's just like on an interview. I don't know what happened, man. I woke up and my feet just did not work. He's just like, I tried to play Bleed at half speed, and Every single triplet, it turns into a double instead. It's like, I don't know what's going on. It's like, oh, it sounds like you have an acute case of polyrhythmitis. As a matter of fact, it's actually very possible that you've been gentrified as a resort of overstimulation heavy metal syndrome. What counts as a hit? Anything that's on an enemy in general. If an enemy attacks me, then the run is essentially over. We're going to continue for the case of just practicing it, obviously. I haven't actually done attempts on stream for this, but the actual rules for the successful run is I can't get hit by an enemy. It's okay. We got Feroth open. I'm going to go get the Soar Seal, because we need that for the Flail to kill Boggart, which you don't have the requirements for normally. Melena's going to talk to me. I probably shouldn't have sat down. See, I don't think we do roundtable hold yet. Don't think that's necessary yet. Haven't played this game in 15 months. He started an NG Plus today. Rocking Faith Holy build. Nice. I really enjoyed Faith and Strength combined together in this game. It was something I liked in Dark Souls 1 quite a bit as well, but it just didn't work as well in that game. Okay, so we're really hoping for no poison here. This is a little tricky because I hit the wall to try to distract them. That guy didn't end up moving though, so that's really frustrating. So I got lucky, but yeah, I don't know why they didn't move. Could have been the spot on the wall that I was hitting. Like, that technically was a mistake, so I should have a hit there if we were not lucky. Trash, I'm doing good, man. How are you? How have you been? Just gonna quickly grab this. Yoink. And then we're gonna see if we can warp out of the area very fast without losing any of these runes. So basically, go here, crouch, map open, which should work in a second. Here we go, Fort Feroth. I'm just gonna go right there so I can do it quickly. I don't even think there's a rush, but yeah, that's that. Now, I don't know if we go from here to open Radon right away, if that even makes sense. I'm trying to think of, oh no, we need the balls to kill the scarab first, so we need to go back to Third Church and do, we need to get the Dectus medallion next, I believe. So I think it's Dectus, and then try to piece it together in my head from there. Nighttime on this is fine. That's actually kind of good, I think. Waiting for the merch to arrive. Oh, you bought some? I really appreciate you doing that again. I might have already thanked you for it, but anybody that has bought a hoodie or a shirt or whatever, let me know how you enjoy it when you get it. And please, like, make sure you wash it in cold water if you can, or just not super hot water. And if you can air dry it, you should, but you don't have to. It's just, it'll wear out a lot quicker. Like the print on it will fade quicker if you do wash it in the dryer at high temperature and if you use really hot water. Because it's not perfected in that way. I really wish it was a lot better like that, but the fabric is really nice. I really enjoy the fabric they use. I still have to say that the merch that I have, like the stuff I bought myself, or like of myself essentially, is some of the most comfy clothing I have. Like, there's one t-shirt I was talking about because someone else said it was really comfy. That is the comfiest t-shirt that I own. And it fits the best out of any t-shirt I own too, because for me to fit into clothing nicely, it's trickier than average, or maybe my standards are a little bit different for it too. Okay, Mistwood Ruins right here. I think I can just sneak. I'm really hoping this actually is good. So I should be able to basically not wake up this bear if I'm very careful here. And I think there's also a way that before we even leave here, there's a smithing stone I can grab too. I don't think I need it because that's the thing. The actual upgrades for this run, I think I screwed up when I was trying to make notes for this in my head and just make the save files. But there's a way, I think, to get around the need or the necessity of grabbing this one. Yeah, this one is through a window. Which, or this little thing right here, yeah. So I'm gonna get it while we're here. If anybody else knows of better locations for smithing stone 2, you can let me know. Preferably after I actually show you all the ones I grab anyways, because there's probably a lot of them that you're gonna mention that I do grab. But that was one that I found was necessary because I couldn't figure out how to get 12 of them without getting that one. Where can you watch a full run of this? I haven't actually finished the full run before, so if you're trying to watch me play this, you'd have to wait like wait a few days, maybe wait a week until I have some good attempts, and then there'll be VODs of it, and I'll be uploading my first completed run onto the second channel that I have, my second YouTube channel, and then like one of the really good attempts right before I get it will probably be uploaded to the second channel too. Weapon of choice still Serpent Hunter? No, I'm using the iron balls for this one. Bought a hoodie and a shirt 2 days ago. Dude, thank you for buying both. That's crazy. I really hope you enjoy them. Oh, the bow is one thing we didn't get yet. So I actually do have to go back to the Site of Grace to get the bow. Or sorry, go back from that recent Site of Grace we were at to the round table. Because then the bow lets us do this part. Is there anything else we're missing then? Because we don't get the flail before this. I know that. I think it's this part. You get the medallion. Then that's both of them right there. You do... I want to say Liurnia with the Deathbird. Get Boggart, get the fist. Then do Radon last. After you've already unlocked Altus. And like obviously you want War Master Assassin's Gambit before Radon segment. Or Kalid, so that makes sense. I think I'm remembering everything. It's mainly just like what's the reason we're actually doing this stuff, not so much hey go here do this, but why are we doing it? Then, yeah, I need the longbow, the rapier, the dagger. That should be it. And then because I have the source seal, this part should be doable. Do I have kukris as well? I do. Okay, wait, yeah, so we need the kukris. And then the torch, I don't know if that's necessary. That actually might make it harder to do this part because I'm not sure if enemies can see you easier because you have a torch. You guys can tell me if that's the case or not. I don't think it is. Just in case, I might want to take it off. But yeah, I think you want Torrent on this part, and then you definitely want to go around these enemies, jump on the staircase, and then go into the fort that way. Those dudes there were always kind of a problem, but I think the nighttime makes it a bit better. Gonna grab this seed as well. And we'll see if we can jump up from here. First try, nice. Dude's not watching me on the stairs, we're good. And then, oh, I need the torch for the rat. There's a rat right here. So I just remembered that's why it's relevant. And then there's one more dude, I think, that's up here. Yeah, he just randomly pops up. Like a carnival game of some sort. That's what it looks like in the distance. It's kind of weird. And then here we set up to aim the kukri at the wall and then switch off to the club and just go ham. But I think, again, 2 R2s. Oh shit, I don't have the club. Okay, get the club out. Be very careful here. Oh, I screwed up. Damn it. Okay, so this is not good. It's a little frustrating. There's a way that I can fix this, which would literally just be going up the ladder, staggering the guy at the top of it potentially. I don't even know if that's going to work. I can still warp when he's climbing it too, I think, but I don't know if I want to go through this again. I need Bloody Slash, so. Ah, damn it. So that's one hit. I almost killed him just straight up, though. That's pretty cool. I'll take that. That's not too bad. There we go. So that was screwed up because I didn't have the... I didn't remember you have to backstab him. Then you do 2 R2s, I think. I think you backstab him and then you do 2 R2s. I don't know. Maybe you just do 2 R2s. I don't know. I think the timing was screwed up. Whatever. But that is fine. I have a file for that. So we can go over that part. Then we have to go to... I think Stormhill Shack is the right way. We go to Liurnia. I want to say that's where we're going. Yeah. Almost recovered. That wasn't too bad. I thought I was going to stagger him any single point in those trades right there. You see yourself as a musician first and a streamer as a side thing, or the other way around? I don't do music as a profession. Like I have been offered some opportunities where I have been paid, and I have done like lessons. I have taught a couple lessons for music so far. There was a third person that wanted me to do some stuff, but that was like scattered throughout time. That's not like an official thing. So no, I don't if we're talking about occupation, like my job's not to be a musician, but when the music channel is monetized in the future, it will be part of what I'm doing as a living for sure, because I'm going to continue to keep doing the music stuff forever, as long as I possibly can. And that's the best outlet for it. So I think I'll make like a solid goal each year for it. This year is like the year of just being really good at drums if I can. And then I am going to want to kick it up a notch on guitar again. And I already have been trying to, you know, practice guitar equally as much as or not equally, but as much as I already was practicing it, even more at times. Just drums definitely take my interest over that right now. So next year, maybe the goal will be, okay, get a vocal coach and be like an amazing singer, like get really good at singing and practice that every day. But it's mainly just like to showcase the progression of the drums right now, and then also just make music as like a one-man band through covers, and then, you know, there'll be some originals on there eventually. But yeah, if that gets monetized, or I get sponsorships for the music channel at some point, if it actually grows a lot, then yeah, that might be a job, but we'll see. That stuff definitely takes time. It usually takes years to even get something off the ground. But even in the case of like just saying, oh, like streamer as an identity, the identity thing I don't really like as much. So I don't really like label myself as anything. I'm just a human that does stuff, that has interests. But if we're talking about like what is something that makes income essentially, then it's a bit different, obviously. Then yeah, most of it would probably be content. Ever learned gutturals? I have actually done harsh vocals. I know how to do harsh vocals right now even. Can I do them well? No. But I know the technique of how to modulate your vocal cords, or like the airway. I know how to use diaphragmatic breathing. So when you already understand how to like just hold notes while singing, that's the exact same technique as screaming, but screaming's a bit harder in the sense that you have to distort or modify the way the airway sounds, and to get it emotional as well is very difficult. So I'm not amazing at screaming, but I can scream though. I have done it before. I don't think I would ever do videos for that, just because it's not my interest. I don't like harsh vocals as much as cleans, but I respect them. They're very hard. Like very, very aggressive harsh vocals are extremely challenging to do, especially if you're doing them in a healthy way. Okay, so we want all of these smithing stones. I think I only need maybe 2 more of these ones. I could probably afford to get even more than that though, so I'm just gonna... Well, actually no, I'm gonna grab 2 because there's a bridge. There's a bridge that I grabbed 2 on the way over to the next area once we're in the peninsula, so Yeah. And speaking of that, actually, I wonder if it's smarter to do that first. I don't think it matters. I think the Deathbird still is relevant. I can still do that here, but I need to go get the 2-finger heirloom talisman. So that's over this way. And then once we get to Boggart, I guess what I'll do is I'll grab the flail and do Peninsula after. Yeah, the order I think of this is just off by a little bit. I think this is supposed to be done after Peninsula. Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. I forgot you could just roll there. Gino, thank you for the good luck, dude. How's it going? I heard that your run, the Nightmare run, was no status effects, but you're also doing like a really low damage run, kind of like the Master playthrough. So I had no idea what those meant at first. I understood the Master run, but I didn't know what the Nightmare thing was and the difference and all the details. But so how much do the status effects matter? Are they really important, or like is it easy to find a workaround on it? All right, now we're gonna go to Raya, which I think we can just go right past here and get there. I went through kind of a weird way, but it's all good. While we're going through here, I'm gonna grab a cracked pot anyways. I can't jump. I could not jump for a second. Little bit spooky. There's not much cheese, and there's no Black Flame for Millennia, Moog, and Elden Beast. Okay. I actually don't know what Black Flame is. I still have to catch up on the information with this game. How'd you get hit by Deathbird? It wasn't on Deathbird, it was by the Bloody Slash Knight. Because I screwed up. I didn't have the club on the character, and then I didn't do the kill properly. But that's super easy to fix, though. That's like a very basic thing. I'm not even mad about that. Okay, the point in which I might change my mind and I might get a bit frustrated is when... Oh, shit, wait. We could just go do Deathbird now. What am I doing? Why? Why did I not just jump up there? I forgot we could do it before Boggart. Okay, I could probably climb this still. Oh, wait, but you can't make the pots while in a fight, can you? No. All right, I'll come back. This is a little silly, but I'll come back, though. Black Flame Tornado is an insane % damage Ash of War on Elden Beast New Game 7. It does 4,000 damage. What? I don't think I've seen that number on this game before. Maybe with a combo, but that's pretty insane for like one single casting of it. Might have to use that on the 1 HP 1 stamina. Damn, if it's possible to get. All right, so yikes. Let me make the crafting stuff that we need. I only have 3 pots. What? Wait a second. Oh, you know what? That might be because of the actual pots themselves. Yeah, maybe. I think. Yeah, let's go grab the other one. So I probably should have bought the one from the Saints Bridge merchant. See if that makes a difference. Never played Dark Souls, Elden Ring, Sekiro on New Game Plus. Is it worth it? So it's different in each game. It depends on how many cycles there are that dictates how much more difficult each new game is. If there's less total playthroughs of scaling, each jump is going to be more difficult. I would say it's worth it regardless, though, but the games that have the most reward, in my opinion, for consecutive new game playthroughs. Dark Souls 2 actually has different stuff that happens in New Game 2, like there's new characters and shit. And then when it comes to like maybe a build that you wouldn't be able to make until the end of the game, I know Dark Souls 1 has some really cool builds where you would want to probably play New Game Plus with it by default because you couldn't get that set up until very late in the game. Bloodborne Chalice dungeons typically, like to farm the best possible gems, if you want to have those, you're going to probably be later in the game too, unless you use a glyph that's online or something. If you do it yourself, it's worth doing New Game Plus on that with higher damage and everything. And the DLC, kind of hard to beat early, so the builds that use those weapons, New Game Plus usually. With this game, I'm not sure if it matters because you have so much freedom. And Dark Souls 3, I don't know. I don't think it matters as much on that one. It might. Bloodborne Chalice dungeons, yeah. You ever want to do rune level 1 all remembrances? Yes, that is actually something I want to be doing after this. So I can only make 4 of those. I guess I missed 1 extra pot. I could have also been because I did this in a different order. That's okay though. I have a plan, I think. Do I have a plan? Yes, I have a plan. Okay, wait. It seems like I didn't have a plan, but I do. I have 10 arrows. Can always buy more of those. It missed. No way, dude, you're fucking kidding me. Oh, that's really bad. Okay, I don't have a plan anymore. I had one. Maybe golden arrows? Maybe, yeah, just buying now 100 arrows and having to do it without actually using holy pots, which would really suck. But that seems like what we're gonna have to do. Unfortunate, man. That's the first time that's ever happened. I've never missed enough holy pots to not be able to do the damage. That is pretty crazy. Well, there's a chance that maybe if I find another bit of the materials, I could probably actually make more. Because I have a lot of the materials, but yeah, we'll have to come back. Let me do the peninsula first. Would 5 be enough if you hit 2 now? Well, the thing is, I'm not actually even going to just rely on the sleeping pots. I'll just use arrows if I need to, but I only have 10 arrows. So you could get like 100 arrows and just kill it with that. I think it only takes like maybe 40 or something like that. But yeah, that's kind of slow. So I'm going to just do this part first. Oh, also, there's something in here I got to get to. I think it's this part. I want to say it's this part. It is this part, yeah. I don't know if that was the smartest way to do that, but whatever.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
Neat 4 years.
Okay, that seems decent. Zymore, thank you for the 51 months. Welcome back, man. I appreciate that. It's a lot of months. There's been some really hefty resubs lately. Actually, we saw the first ever, I think it was like 101. To wield the flail, do you use the Dex Knot tier? Yes. Yes, so I have to actually grab that when we get the area where Boggart is. Like when I kill the Deathbird, I'm going to go get that right after. 101. Who was that? Dude, that is a good question. I cannot remember. I have a couple names in my mind because there's actually more than one person that has over 100. That did not work. That worked. This guy's gonna probably chase me too. So we got the flail. And then on this next part, there's a scarab that I'm gonna kill.
Let strength be
There's a guy on a
granted
horse.
so
What the
the
hell?
world might be mended.
Okay, we're gonna go over here.
So the world might be mended.
Ride, thank you for the 37 months. Welcome back.
Oi,
How are you doing?
you there. Could you help us out, Cully?
Bring me my flail. Cutscene with feet. Miyazaki mode. All right, wait. Enough discussion about Miyazaki feet. Let's not make this a problem. See, I gotta snipe this guy. This thing, though, honestly, I am not great at sniping. So I don't even know if I'm gonna hit this properly, but we'll try. You don't have to do it this way. I'm gonna try to, though. Yeah, that did not work. Very annoying. Very annoying. So I'll have to go back and do that again. That's determination, I believe, the Ash of War. Oh, cavalry's chasing me. Okay. Also, you probably don't want it to be nighttime on this part. I just realized that. I don't think nighttime is relevant here. There's no way cavalry's gonna fall, is he? Remember watching you do DS3 hitless, thinking it was the coolest thing you've ever seen? Now it's pretty much the same idea with Elden Ring. I'm glad that it's actually still that appealing for you, because I think the standard of things has changed a lot where... it's always, I guess, been the case. There's a lot of people that probably don't do this stuff at all. But their criteria for what, like, how something is done is just so skewed in terms of, like, reality that it's kind of like, oh, well, you didn't do it this way. Or it's like, oh, it's not that cool. It's like this, that, whatever. So the fact that you could be almost desensitized to the level of like what's happening just based on like what you could actually, like, you know, how many runs have been done, people doing them. It's cool you actually enjoy that. It's cool. Because for me, I can't really be living in that mindset because I actually haven't played this game a lot. Like I don't have a lot of hours on it. So for me, it's really exciting. But for the people that played more than I did, that are viewers, like it can't be as exciting in some cases. At least from what I've noticed. So that's awesome. Oh man, again. Nope. Yeah, this is the first time I've ever missed that. It's funny, on practice, I had a feeling that it would not go well on a run because it was really hard to snipe the ball, but I never failed to do it. I've hit it every time on practice, but just barely though. And then now that it's actually happening, I might have to just go up and hit it. What's not a lot of hours? I think I have 600 on this. Or 500 and something, I believe. And then a lot of chat has, like minimum, I'd say most of chat that's hardcore on this game has 750 to 1,000. That's what I've been told at least, so. In terms of streamers, I know a lot of streamers that play this game, they have 2,500 probably to 3,000 at this point. Is my guess, so I'm behind by a measure of like I'm 4 times more behind on average, I think, than like the hardcore people. And then skill level obviously plays into that too. So if you're like just really good at this kind of stuff, then it's another part. How long do you think this run will be? It should only be roughly, I would say like maybe 2 hours or so, 2.5. But right now I'm not sure. This is the first one, so we'll have to account for learning. Oh man, why am I doing it this way? I want to go for it anyways. Oh man. Okay, I might have to make a better method for doing that part, or again, I just gotta set it to daytime at least, so it's safer. I keep forgetting there's a grace over here too. That's actually really weird. Why is there a grace over there? What Ash of War is it? It's a determination, so it boosts your damage temporarily. As far as I can remember, that's what it's supposed to do. So yeah, pastime. Morning. We'll try morning. Wait for it to stand still, Niller. It's the angle. So like if I'm doing the power shot, unless there's something I'm not understanding, it takes a long time to release the arrow when you do the power shot.
You there? Could you help
Got to go
us
to a
out,
concert,
buddy?
Davey. What kind of concert are you going to? Also enjoy. So yeah, maybe if I'm standing in a better position, could also just be closer too. This is only 2 arrows left, so I think that that's probably not going to be a good idea. That makes way more sense. For now, at least. That makes more sense. And then for this part, we got to go to the Bloodhound Everjail, I think. Which I believe I'm always on the left side of it. I'm never actually, like whenever I've done this, I've been off by a little bit. So I'm going to go this path right here. Ailstorm, dude, yeah, I have Ailstorm on my playlist because of you guys. There's someone that they sent me the song. I think it's just called Beer, I'm pretty sure. It's really, really funny though. That's actually like what gatewayed me into that. Alzaman, what's up, dude? Oh my god. I probably did not go the right way on this. Yeah, I still didn't go the right way. See, so I'm always more to the left than I want to be. But you can go down here. How have you been doing, Alzaman? I'm finally calling you by your name properly this time because for a long time I called you balls. I called you balls of mud at one point. I'm pretty sure. Like I named, like when I made you your plan for the fitness stuff, I remember, dude, I actually put a D on the end of it. You ever play music on stream? I play Clone Hero Pro Drums. So it's just an easier way for you guys to have like a visual idea of what the actual music is, because it shows the chart on the screen. And yeah, if there was time, I might do some today, but I do have to do a workout later that's going to be at least an hour. So it depends on how long this takes. Maybe I'll do some today. Yeah, usually pro drums on Clone Hero at the very least. And then, yeah, all the other stuff for music is on the music channel. Balls of mud. I call it balls of mud. Yeah, essentially. Whatever that means. Following the plan and diet, you're making great progress. I'm so happy for you. I think that you might have had the quickest success out of anybody that's had that particular goal. And it could be because like I've gotten better at doing this stuff, but I think I'm probably gonna say most of the credit is just owed to you because you're very driven to do it, obviously. That's just a very, very good time frame though. Your name is Odd. Alzamon's actually a really, really cool name though. I'm thinking of Drink. Yes, the song Drink. That's what it is. By Ailstorm. Anyways, enjoy them and let me know how it is when you go see them. Okay, so this guy we need to buy probably more arrows just in case I have a problem with the death bird. For the kukris, I don't even know how many. I want to say 11, so we'll get 11. And then another cracked pot. That's where we could have gotten another cracked pot from. Just realized that. 1 smithing stone to finish it off and make 12, and then more arrows again. Get 24 just in case. Because who knows? I think that's good. And then I should be able to make more cracked pots. Or, sorry, the holy pots. And now we can make up for the problem as... or on Deathbird. My brain is really like trying really hard to piece all this stuff together. So if I'm like kind of stuttering or pausing or anything like that, guys, it's new information or information that's not as solidified. So forgive me if I'm a little frazzled on this one. Like, I don't think we're doing too bad, but just the order was thrown off a little bit. It's a lot. Yeah, I'm lagging, dude. I could feel it. Once everything's set up and we're just running through with the build, it's a little bit different. Like, this run is mainly 2 parts. It's taking forever to set up, and then you just do it, and it's fine. Okay, let's change the time to night. Deathbird should be fairly easy. Won't be second nature yet. Some stuff on this actually is pretty close. Some of the boss fights and the stuff that is just relative to what I've already done for sure. But yeah, you're right though. It definitely will get better. I could actually cheat a little bit. I could make a coffee. I haven't had coffee today. That'd be like a really, really big bonus though. People might start hating on that. Ooh, a little spooky. Okay. Let's get higher up on this. Oh! Jeez. Yeah, that's definitely the right idea. Get as high up as possible. Why plan so much on cost of items? Oh, the cost of items is not a problem on this. It's just the actual items. Like there's a very particular amount of items you need for each thing. So like the smithing stones is the most important. You need 12 of each for the max upgrades. So it has nothing to even do with how much it costs at all, because I don't level on this run. So like even the runes I have right now, I'm pretty sure there's a point where I'll have like 13 to 15,000, and I'm just gonna completely trash all of them so I can warp back quicker on one of the parts. Arrows? Oh, the arrows are mainly just because I've just started doing this, so I need to just grab extra than what I would normally get. I'm keeping in mind also when I'm saying that I'm getting extra, I'm contrasting it against what the ideal best player of this run would use. If you're really good at the game, you don't need more than like maybe 11 for the first time you grab arrows, and then maybe you get more, but you only need like 10 or 11 as far as I know. So I'm just speaking in contrast to what a good player would do. But like we're really not hurting for if we buy more arrows, it doesn't matter. I could buy way more. I just don't want to make habits of doing that as a normal thing when in the optimized run you only buy 11, which takes 1 less second or whatever because you press the button 1 less time or 5 less times, whatever amount you're modifying it by. I think it's like 10 at a time. I think in like pretty crazy detail. So like when I'm showing both sides of the story, not pressing a button 5 more times to me actually is something that like that's good to think like that, because eventually if I do this really fast, every single thing I do counts. So it's stupid, but I don't think it makes sense to someone that doesn't understand that, or you don't understand what the optimized run looks like. Like I'm very much so not referencing just what's happening right here. I have an idea in my mind of what this should look like if it was really good, and I'm kind of running it in parallel with what we're doing. Okay, so we got Source Seal, that's good. And then if I chug the Physic Flask, it'll give me the stats for the Flail. And then we're killing Boggart. Some say Boogart.
What's your that bitch put you up to this, eh? I'll whip you. It's a God damn it. Why ain't it me? Why ain't it ever?
Why ain't it ever him? Okay, so to get to South Ray Lucaria Gate, I'm trying to think of what I'm pretty sure. Would you just go to the warper that takes you there? I have the thing that's close to it. Actually, I probably could just do that. I bet you even Scenic Owl's quicker, so yeah, we could just run back to there. Still more than doing nothing, be your worst critic. Oh, for sure, yeah. If that comment's made, oh no, wait, that's made to Mandela. Never mind. I thought that was about me in the prospect of how this run is unfolding. Are we going south? Wait a second. Yeah, no, we're going this way. What does that line mean? I think it's like, why isn't he the one to like kill the dude or something like that, or like yeah, to succeed. I'm pretty sure that's what he means.
Please. Oh, thank you. Did I forget? I see you are very to steady such. Please.
Okay.
Most time. But you are no volcano.
That's good. And then so then we're going to Rea Lucaria. Getting some more smithing stones from there, but I need the grace for that for later. I think. Oh, actually no, just to unlock a particular area. Oh, I went too far. It's right here. To unlock the Dectus medallion area. YouTube comments will be the worst critic. It's the funny thing with the YouTube comments though is like, if okay, here's another life hack, and I probably shouldn't be telling you this, but if you really want to troll but you still want to just make a comment, like the ultimate troll is literally not engaging with anything and just ignoring stuff. That is a big troll, because then you're not supporting anything or even putting energy into it. But if you want to put energy to it and still make comments in the stream, because if you make them on YouTube, it's helping me. There's no such thing as a bad comment on YouTube in the grand scheme, especially if like the ratio is always going to be in favor of it being like looking better. You can't actually do anything but help if your intention is to like try to make things look bad or make mean things. It only helps engagement. So it's like really the best thing is say mean things here, because then you're not helping an algorithm if you're here, and then you still get to say it. So it's kind of cool for those types of people. You are right though. Oh, here we go. Smithing stone, 3 of them. Nice. So I don't know if that means we're going to have more than what we need. I have 9 right now. Having no enemies says do this thing to hate on me in a better way. Well, I think that everyone has enemies, but the thing is, There's no one that I hate, if that makes sense. I don't have hate for anybody. I don't have disdain for anyone, if that makes sense. I don't have time to actually do that. But if anyone has time to do that for me, I'm just trying to give you some strategies. They do help. Okay, I can't warp. Oh shit, this might be bad. Oh, tail whipping. Okay, get out of there. There is some sort of way, and it might be crouching when he's standing up, where you can warp immediately. Because we're not actually really needing to go here. Tail whipping on his scooter. Yo, the tail whips on the scooters were lethal to the ankles. I feel like most of the ankle problems I might have later in life is from missing the landing on a tail whip and clacking my ankle. If anyone remembers that feeling. So yeah, we're gonna go back to, I think it's South Ray Lucaria. Go the other way. Actually, there's still some more smithing stone 2s we grab here as well. And then from there we go to a warp gate that gets us to Altus. I think we're still just continuously running through. I think we have to even kill Draconic Tree Sentinel before we even start to level up the balls, which is pretty insane. Probably should have been on Torrent a little bit earlier on that, but that's okay. Thinking back on the ankle hits, you're happy if you can still walk properly. That was a legitimate like character building thing. So if you had a scooter and you went for the tail whips and you missed, there like I skateboarded for a long time and I still got back into it recently. So I'm very familiar with like credit carding, like the board hitting you in the nuts, falling on rails and stuff like that, smashing your face off things, just falling on cement in general in many different ways, and even again having injuries where it's like, oh, that's pretty sketchy. But the scooter thing, because it's not as like hardcore, I guess, as skateboarding when you're just a kid enjoying it. Except for, I guess, nowadays it's become a sport. But let's say you're just casual. It's a lethal casual activity, so it builds character, man. That might be something in the future people don't get to experience. Have you seen the guy doing squats with weight and then getting hit on the ankle from a scooter over and over again? No, that sounds ridiculous. Why is that a thing that exists? I'm extremely concerned for the fact that's a thing you've seen. It's like eating ultra spicy food. Yes. Best way to fast track yourself to mental fortitude as a child: eat the spiciest hot sauce you can while clacking yourself in the ankle on a scooter, and then get in trouble on purpose and sent to your room for like 3 days straight, and then all your stuff taken away. Just be locked in a room with nothing. So childhood prison, actual pain and suffering, and then just like the battle of the hot sauce. Shaolin steel ankle chamber. Oh, it's amazing. You just hear him scream. It was on the YouTube shorts. Well, okay, so but why is he doing that on purpose? Or is this just like an incident that happened during his squad? Spicy food is good for heart health. Jake, how does that work? Is that like your new marketing ploy, or is that actually like a fact? You had a machine with multiple scooters going in a circle. What? Man, I thought the dude that was squatting while playing guitar at the same time and like doing a guitar solo was pretty insane. But now we're getting to the point where people are employing machines to generate scooters, spinning and clacking them in the ankles at the same time. What videos do you have to watch to get that video recommended? I don't even want to know the rabbit hole you have to go down to see that. That's just a scary thing, man. That might as well be branded as horror. Because like I can feel the feeling on my ankles right now thinking of what you just said. And now I'm imagining it just rapidly coming back around over and over again. Boom, 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 just hitting you. It's like when you hit the funny bone, for example, and like you have to recover for a second. It's not even possible to imagine being hit again in the same way. That guy must not be able to walk after. Crimson, I've been doing really good, man. How are you? This is the first day of, I guess not even learning, but just a combination of practice and attempts for the level 1 run on hitless, which is now officially the name of Elden Ring. You can't even say Elden Ring anymore. You just say, I'm playing a run on hitless, the game itself. You can act that you're doing a lot of heavy lifting. There is fake plates. That is true. I guess the best way to figure that out would be like there's the little tiny signs. It wouldn't be amazing. Like you can't ever 100% for certain tell, but there's all these little signs. So it's like, you know, if the person's putting a little bit of effort into it, you can tell. If they're not, then it's like, okay, so you'd have to judge, does it look like they could lift that effortlessly? If they can't, it's probably fake. And then also just I don't know, I get like super detailed, so I've seen people do the fake weights where I can tell with like the way that the bar actually moves in the first bit of the movement that it's already there's too much like play in the movement, or it's like, oh yeah, that looks like it's made of paper or something like that. And then I guess the actual 100% way to know, you'd have to actually be there, or maybe if you had a really good ear, you could hear them hit the ground, and if the sound sounded like it was actually happening in the room and not edited over top, you could analyze the audio of it. Started lifting weight, your arms burn. For you, the hardest part's eating enough protein. Sayo, what do you eat every day? I can understand it being like a challenging thing, like especially if like you don't have the time, but more so you just don't eat a lot. Like you're not able to eat a lot of food because it's just hard to digest it, and your appetite is kind of low. That takes a long time, I think, to scale. You have to eat like a little bit more at a time, and then every week you increase it a bit. It's very difficult to just jump into eating twice as much as you eat, for example, or several times more protein or something. Okay, so now we have to go to Celia Tunnel, and we get the bell bearing to get, I think it's Smithing Stone 3 or 4, one of the two. Something like that. I also have to get the golden seal here. Oats, Greek yogurt, chicken, eggs, shakes, but you feel like you still don't eat enough. That sounds pretty good. I guess it would just be the quantity then. But yeah, you can always just measure it. I would track it and say maybe go for 0.5 pounds, like at the minimum. So sorry, 0.5 grams of protein per pound of your actual body weight. So half of your body weight in protein in grams. If you weigh like 150, then 75 minimum. I would still say more than that if you weigh 150, but and then you can increase it every week and see if you can get up to almost the amount that you weigh in grams. Okay, so now that we got that, we go. Is it down here, like right beside? I think I might be going the wrong way. Yeah, what is happening here? Oh, no, it's the other side. So yeah, this is the part where we have 13,000, and I'm going to literally warp out. No idea you're into fitness. Do you study kinesiology? No, I was going to go to school for kinesiology, though. So I had the prerequisites for it. That was my backup plan if I didn't go to school for music. And then I was thinking, I'm like, why would I ever decide to go to school for anything that's not what I'm the most passionate about, which was music at the time? I'm like, I put way more time into music. Like, what's the point of not doing the thing that I'm better at, right? And then later in life, I kind of realized that you don't have to go to school for music or any of this stuff for fitness or whatever. You can just do, you could literally make a career out of it with no education. So I was like, what's the point of even getting education for it when you could self-educate? And then your best proof of concept is literally working with people, and that speaks for itself. So think of it this way. Let's say we ask chat right now, and I'm sure some people won't agree, but your opinion on if I worked with somebody that's like you, that has a very similar goal like you. Let's say there's tons of people I worked with, but there's one in particular that reminds you of yourself, and ideally where you'd want to be after they've already achieved their goal. And they tell you that they were in your position, but I helped them achieve their goal. And it was very it was very it was not a headache. It was hard work, obviously, they had to put in, but it was much easier than they thought it would be. It was in a good time frame, and it wasn't for a crazy price, whatever. You'd probably be more compelled in that case than me having a piece of paper saying I went to school and not having the experience. So, and then if I had the experience and I said that I had the piece of paper, but the quality of what the person said was better and I didn't have the education, I don't think it'd be a deal breaker for anybody. And that's kind of how I think. So if there's someone that tells me they have education, and like, let's say they have education in video design or graphic editing or something, or art, and I want to work with them to make stuff for the channel, it's not a deal breaker for me as much. But that's just me though. So I know some people it is, but the truth of the matter is it's never going to make you better if the other person outworked you. And some people will even do less work and still be better than the people that have education. So it's kind of like the education is just it's a really organized way to kind of give you a guideline, but it doesn't actually make you amazing at anything. It's all the hard work you put in during that time and after, which you can always do. So for this part, this is where we're gonna have to use the grace. There we go. Now, I wouldn't say go become a brain surgeon or believe you could be a brain surgeon without going to med school. It's a little bit different. There's some things that are gate kept, but for the things that are not like that, then you're fine. First part is to get a foot in the door. Afterwards, you can almost work everywhere except for maybe medicine. So that's the thing too, is that the skills to get your foot in the door is not going to be taught in school. And that's necessary for everyone. The only foot in the door that people believe is relevant is the paper, because they won't look, like some places won't look at your shit if you don't have a piece of paper, right? When it comes to dealing with people, if you can be really good with people specifically, there's nothing you can't achieve, because you're going to eventually get into a situation where you have leverage because of the ability to be able to represent yourself properly, which in an interview, I bet you a lot of people could actually even attest to this right now. You guys could be heavily educated, which I know a lot of you are, but you get nervous in interviews and maybe you feel like you don't perform that well in them. Even that right there, there's someone that doesn't have education that could talk to somebody or anybody in general that exists in such a compelling way and read the situation so well that they actually have leverage over that person that had the piece of paper, because the school didn't teach you that. That is the thing. It's like there's a lot of different skill sets you got to build all at once. So while the paper can help, and like the time you spent in there, it's not the biggest factor for some types of paths you can take. Also, Ponk, thank you so much for the Prime sub, dude. Enjoy your motes. Welcome. Don't have a paper, but you rock interviews. There you go. There goes your career in fake brain surgery. Yeah, don't do brain surgery without having the proper type of education. Although, hey, you know what? If you did, if someone was practicing brain surgery privately and they did it properly, that'd be pretty cool. Like, even though that's sketchy, like that's pretty cool still. Although they better not get too good at it, because if they outperform the people that are already doing it for cheaper, that might they might just, I don't know, man, might end up disappearing from society mysteriously, and we don't know where they went. Not by their own choice. Nazmoza, what's up? I did a 3-year course in design. It was a good growing experience, but now you believe hard work over time is way more important. When you hire someone, their work makes or breaks it. So that's really cool that you look at it that way, because unfortunately there's some criteria, and it might not even be the person that's like looking at the resume or your application, your presence in front of them, that decides this. It could be like the person that owns the business. It could be just someone that decided the protocol, they just follow it. But yeah, it's unfortunately not the case where hard work alone or like your ability to execute things and skills is enough in some cases. And to me, that's actually the wrong place to be, because they don't value people's actual effectiveness. So therefore their business is going to suffer because they don't actually pride themselves on humans executing things. And there's businesses that purely don't care about anything like that. Every single part of it operates just on a basis of what can you offer, and is it actually going to make this better as an operation? And they do better. They outperform. It's hard because, again, credentials are important. There are other credentials though. It's just you have to put more work. You have to put more effort into it. Your system of screening people has to be more sophisticated, and you have to care more and be more involved to. As I guess like an entity, whether you're an individual or a company or something like that, to actually vouch for people that don't have those traditional backgrounds. But yeah, I would still, if I ever had a business where I needed like a lot of people to work for me, I would never hire people based on education. It would be like something immediately that'd be in the trash can, like right away, because you could still have that be the case. Like there could still be people that have education and it helps. But there's a better way to figure out exactly how well someone will execute and be able to understand things would be. And another level of it would be, if you can't afford the time frame that dictates that, then sure, maybe build up a base and then start to get more aggressive with digging into how well people execute. But at a certain point, proof of concept would have to be like that the person turns in an example of something that they did themselves that proves that they could figure it out without you even hiring them. That's their foot in the door. So it's hard to do that, but usually because businesses or places can't afford that type of vacancy with whatever the position is, or the money that they'd be hemorrhaging without them fulfilling a role that makes them the money. So it's like they just take a faster route or a less thorough approach. Okay, let's go and do the same thing with Tree Sentinel the right way. First try. Club is on the other hand, we're good. Not getting too close. So we want to lead him to the second tree if we can, and then now we're actually taking off. This was kind of hard for me to do at first. I don't know why, but I kind of sucked at this method. And I still haven't even practiced it a crazy amount of times, but it did take more practice than I thought it would. When I was making the files, I did rerun it quite a few times. Got it. Nice. No need for save files so far. We're good. That would have been the first place where it's like, yeah, you need a save file. Also, Deathbird's dead, so we can skip. Is there a reason we had a title command? It's an ancient tale. Long before the times where streamers thought of putting the title on the screen because it would take up too much screen real estate, there was a second way to see the title written in the description. You could use a bot to pop it up on the screen of the viewer's chat, reaffirming that they actually can read what the title is. But unfortunately, after many trials and errors, too many people still couldn't read the title even being shown it a second time. So we had to resort to infographics on the screen anyways. But then that still didn't even work, so I just had to tell them as a fourth measure of action. That was the only way. Didn't know you could knock him off like that. You can actually, yeah. It's something that I was told to try a long time ago. I didn't really want to do that in any of the runs I was doing before because I felt like it was really cool to just kill the Draconic Tree Sentinel. But because I was already killing him so fast in this run, I don't see another way to do it that's as feasible without going and doing him later. And there's already enough things that could reset the run. So I'm like, I'm just going to use the best information I can and just do it super cheesy. Why would I read the title or the answers in chat when I can just ask the obvious? When you see stuff like that, you can't take the bosses seriously anymore, pretty much. And Draconic Tree Sentinel is one of my favorite enemies in the game. I think they did a really good job with the design, and it doesn't even bother me that there's a regular Tree Sentinel and Draconic, because it actually changes enough stuff that's fun. So it's unfortunate we don't get to fight it in detail, but there'll probably be something someday that I do that really is lower damage or it makes it more challenging. So now we're going to Margit, but I have to do a couple things first before that. So I have to go back to Rotview, I think, or even, is it War Masters? Do we do that? I have to kill War Master. Oh, I need Flame Grant Me Strength as well, though. So let me check the upgrades. Oh yeah, I have 12 of the Smithing Stone too. That's good. Okay, so let's go bring back the Bell Bearings. I think it's about time to get the upgrades that we would need at this point. So yeah, I'm going to go back to the round table, get the balls upgraded, and then at least we can kill the War Master guy. Again, I'm not sure if this is the right order. It might actually be kind of scuffed, but it's still okay. Mr. Elden, hitless runner, what type of run is this? I can't seem to see the title or the screen. There is actually some cases where genuinely, like, I would actually believe you. I think there was a setting on mobile, or even if your browser has like an extension on it, you can turn off titles. And then the screen thing, lower quality, right? Also, Hoffman, thank you so much for the sub, dude. Welcome, how's it going? So smithing stone 3, we need 12. 12 of these as well. And I believe that's it for the Twin Maiden until we go and get Assassin's Gambit. There's a Ash of War called No Skill that we need to get as well. Trying to remember where that one actually is. Does anybody remember how you get No Skill? Is it just automatically there after we do the War Master? So balls plus 12 right away. That's good. And then I'm just gonna... Oh, wait, maybe I could buy... It's in Bernal's Bell Bearing? Okay, so yeah, we need to kill him then. And to do that... I'm wondering... Did I get Craigblade yet? Wait a second. Trying to remember. I didn't get Craigblade, did I? I don't think I did. Where is that? I might have to double check and see. It's gonna be a really silly example because I definitely... Oh, wait, it's in Caelid, isn't it? Sorry, I know where it is. We have to go and do the Radon setup first. I know where it is. But then to do that, then we have to still have assassins. Oh, so maybe I buy... Wait, no, I can't buy stuff from him yet, though. Can I? Oh, wait, okay, that makes more sense. It's possible that you talk to Bernal, you buy the stuff from him while he's in the shack, then you go back, kill him later. I might have missed that part when I was trying to figure out this run.
Not names, but let me ask you. Are you here? Does your despite takes me any interest? All I know. Now's the time.
Yeah, you should be able to just buy. So I can buy a No Skill from him and I can get whatever. Yeah, it's all good. Okay.
Well,
Nice. It's getting complicated. It's just because the order of operations, it's not actually that difficult. I just forgot. Oh man, I'm choking on my own saliva. Okay. So Fort Faroth, we go and we unlock Radon, then we go back to Rotview Balcony, put on all of the things for the Ashes of War on the weapons that we're going to be using. Get Flame Grant Me Strength, then we have all the buffs. We're done with everything for the setup at that point. It's literally done. Kill War Master, get Gambit. Actually, sorry, no. I gotta kill War Master and get Gambit first. So I need Craigblade to kill War Master, which is right here. That's the tricky part. I thought you need Flame Grant Me Strength. Technically, I can get that without even using Assassin's Gambit, though. That's the thing. Oh, wait. I could have just bought it from him there because I already... Oh, no, I didn't join the Volcano Manor Covenant yet. That's why. But if I join Volcano Manor, does he disappear? That's something I'm kind of curious about. Also, wait, we shouldn't be doing this without... Yeah, okay, wait, I'm getting way out of order. I'm gonna hit this. I'm gonna go back and join Volcano Manor. I'm pretty sure that was the missing part of the order. So we need to go back to the lifts. Go to Raya, get her to bring us to Volcano Manor, talk to Tanith. After that, then we can buy assassins, I'm pretty sure. You can kill him now. The thing is, to kill him, though, with enough damage, we want to have the other buffs, and to get the other buffs safely, which would be Craigblade and specifically Flame Grant Me Strength that we need, those are the two missing ones, then we would want... I'm pretty sure, I'm almost pretty sure, I might be wrong, but I think we want those to kill him. Unless you used the other one that I have. I think it's called Perseverance or something like that.
I knew you. I hereby take my hand. I will pray.
You have to kill him and then wait to hand in the bell bearing until after you've joined. Oh, so you can't even, you have to kill him technically to get the assassins. You join it, you won't be able to buy it immediately. Okay, so then technically, maybe I'm misinterpreting what buffs we use for this then. It might be enough to kill him without Flame Grammy Strength. I'll try, I'll see if it works.
Now you the drawing room, but be sure.
All right, let's go back to him and then I'll put on the other Ash of War and see if it's enough. It might be. I'm thinking it could be because I had the wrong Ash of War in mind that I was using. But I have a save file for him and I did it completely differently. It would explain why it worked the way it did in the save file, though. It was kind of still sketchy. So we'll turn the Physic Flask back to Strength Knot, and then Ash of War will do Determination. That's what it's called, Determination. And then I will put Vow on the dagger. I'll do this as well. And I think that's enough. If it's not, I'm going to cry. Because he might hit me, so yeah. He's gone now. Okay, wait, does that mean that there's no way now to get Assassin's Gambit until... Like, because I don't go to Volcano Manor. I don't do Rykard or any of that stuff. So did I actually screw up the entire thing? And I'm assuming you can't even attack in the room that he's in, right? Or are you able to still kill him? I have a file. I can still continue the run just fine, but yeah. Attacking is not possible in it. You broke it. Good job. Okay, so now... man. Okay, well, we would still technically be killing him here. I'm just trying to think on the file that I have where everything's set up technically. Next, we might have to go back and do things I already did, but I'm not sure what we would have to do because the only thing we were missing here was doing all that stuff. So yeah, it's not super hard to get Flame Grant Me Strength. To get to the Radon bonfire, set that up, it's not super hard either. I can literally just skip that stuff and start at Margit, I guess. I don't know if it would be counted as cheating because technically you'd be using sneak with the Gambit and everything. I just don't know if I load War Master right now what we're missing, and figuring that out could be kind of weird. So I can try. I could just try loading the file with him and see. So I have the balls. I have determination on. That's definitely what we were supposed to be using. We have everything else. It's very similar. What else am I missing, though? Like, Physic is the same. Don't have Flame Grant Me Strength, so we might still have to go do that other part, which is completely fine, too. Okay. That makes a bit more sense. This could be good. And then for the dagger, I'll put on Golden Vow on the dagger as well. But wait, I have Craigblade on this one. What? How did I get Craigblade without sneaking? Or without having Assassin's Gambit? I'm so confused now. Is Craigblade from the Scarab that's outside the bridge for Radon? Is that actually where you get it? Or am I thinking of something different? It is outside the Radon Bridge, okay.
I suppose I have no choice. You are
That does kill him. Okay, yeah, that's fine.
to be certain.
Apparently that's all you need.
Volcano Manor awaits.
And then I don't know if we obviously we didn't join Volcano Manor yet, so let's go do that so we don't forget. If you invert the camera, it'll look like you're reading Twitch chat when you look at your monitor. What? What does that even mean? Oh, you're talking about like if someone was watching this back, they'd think I wasn't looking at other information on another screen to conceal the mystery.
I knew you. I hereby and take my hand. I will pray.
You need Assassin's Gambit for Flame Grant Me Strength. So you don't need it. There's a way to do it without actually using it, but it helps. So yeah, I'm gonna go and get it right now, and then we can literally continue from where we were. I think this is legitimately the same setup at this point, and I have 12 on the balls. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So okay, the file I had wasn't that bad. It's almost exactly the same. A little bit less kukri because I screwed up the thing with the Sentinel. I think I used too many.
Now you the drawing room, but be short.
But there's definitely enough for later in the game, so that's fine. And then back to give Bernal's ball bearing or bell bearing. Did anybody else call the bell bearings ball bearings at any point? They literally look like ball bearings, so I feel like that's okay. It's a honest mistake, right? Okay, so no skill, and then Gambit. Cool, that's good. And then Rot View Balcony, which is... right there. He called ever jails ever goals. Oh my god, that's crazy. That's a bit far-fetched compared to the bell bearings. Ever jail ever goals. If you invert yours, your face will look right towards chat. Now you look left. I'm actually looking right technically, or I guess it would be left. No, in real life I'm looking right. So if it looks like I'm looking left in real life on the screen, then the camera is not showing the actual direction I'm looking, which I think is normal, right? Man, my head hurts. Here we got Craigblade, heavy reinforcement, torch should have no skill. And then we got Bloody Slash. And Gambit on the Rapier. So the only thing that I skipped with loading that save file is I've already gotten Craigblade and the setup to get into Redmane Castle. If you guys really want to see me do that, I can rerun it, but it's pretty simple to get there without getting hit. So it's like, I could do it just to say I did it so that there's everything's accounted for. It's not shady or anything. Oh, wait, speaking of which. Do it? Okay, I'll do it after this part then. Like, it's not gonna amount to anything because I already have the thing I need on the file, but to be fair, if we really want a real PB, it would make sense that I do it. Because then we've literally covered every single square foot that we need to without just being like, yeah, I skipped that part, but I have the item. Could kill Tibia Mariner just for fun. While we're at it, we might as well make it an all bosses run and then just figure out how to route that at the same time in the middle of doing this. Sounds like a great idea. First attempt, level 1, Elden Ring hitless. Yes. So I have made the save files, and I did actually practice the save files a tiny bit, just to be able to actually understand the information. But this is the actual first attempt of just going through. And unfortunately, I already made a mistake that was pretty big, so I had to load a save file, where I sent the War Master to Volcano Manor, and you can't kill him at that point the same way. So that was a big mistake. Now I understand that you don't actually use Craigblade to kill him, you use the Determination Ash of War. And you don't need other buffs either, so it's a lot easier than I thought. I don't know why, but when I practiced him before, I did something really weird, and it just didn't work the same way. Alright, so we have that. Fair Oath is right there, and then we're just going to simulate that I actually ran and got Craigblade. So you would go this way. Don't write anything down while routing, just remember all of it. I haven't written anything down at all. I actually have no notes on this run in general. What I did was I watched the route, I checked it out, made files, remembered it off the top of my head, made some mistakes here and there, and then just tried to solidify it. So I've literally not written down a single thing. I was going to, and I was very tempted to, but I was like, I don't think there's enough information in this where my brain couldn't just retain it. Heavily recommend writing stuff down, though, if you guys are learning this stuff. And it's hard for you to remember it, but yeah, I think that my biggest strength would have been the order. So like maybe a keyword, and then this keyword, then that one, and I'm like, okay, that goes there, this goes there. Because we were almost good. We almost got it right the first time. But that mistake with Bernal would not be good in a real run, because that would be the end of it, I'm pretty sure. I think that then it would have to be that I do Godskin Noble instead, and that's a whole different run. So that's changing the actual route so much that it's a different type of run. And I guess at that point, Radon wouldn't even matter, because we'd have to do Rykard. Dude, is there a Deathbird there too, because it's nighttime? That's shitty. That is not cool. So I didn't know about that. We're probably going to go around this way. They're everywhere. They are actually everywhere. It's like when you have a cat or a dog and the hair sheds and you use a lint roller, but it's not enough. The hair just goes everywhere. It's impossible, especially on a black shirt or something like that. Oh, this is really bad. Dude, I don't know why I got off a torrent. This is not good. I made a mistake, guys. This bird's very fast. Okay. Assassin's Gambit. Bird is distracted. There's another one. I think I'm actually not doing this right. What, dude? It's still chasing me. How long do they chase you for? There's no way. There's got to be a limit. For life? Oh. Should have got life insurance. So yeah, we would normally just activate this grace right here. And then you go around. Is it the back part? Yeah. Go around here. Just gonna pretend that I kill a scarab that's not actually there now. So you'd go this way. You can pin him right here. Kill the scarab. Get Craigblade, and then you're essentially just going through the warp gate, opening up the chamber outside the plaza, which is inside Redmane Castle. There's no enemies in there or anything. It's pretty simple, but again, I'm going to do it just because then we've covered all bases. It's a legit run, even though I loaded a save file. When Ella did all boss randomizer, it felt like there was 12 of them in the game. Is there actually close to that much though normally? Because I can recall 3 or 4 of them, and I haven't actually done every single thing in the game. I've gone to mostly every place, haven't done all the mini bosses though. Okay, so we would get that, we'd warp back, and yeah, now we've covered everything. We can go to market, I'm pretty sure. I think that's fine. Yeah, all the Ash of Wars are good. Just gonna put the balls in the left hand. And this, Assassin's Gambit, the seal, and the Source Seal, I'm pretty sure you switch off. You do... It's kind of weird. You have to actually, you do Craigblade, and then you switch to the Heirloom, which you could probably start on anyways. I think Craigblade still works. and then you do the buff with flame grant me strength. Then at the last second, you switch back to branch swords, so you can walk in the fog gate and kill Margit, but still have red tier stone. And chugging the strength tier gives you the actual stats for a limited amount of time to use the balls without having the source seal. So it's a lot of interesting stuff going on. But that means that if that wears off, though, which it shouldn't within the duration of the fight, but if it does, then probably need to switch back to source seal at some point. Did anyone do a level 1 all boss no hit? I haven't seen anybody do everything in the game level 1. I've seen all remembrances. Why is my character different? I had to load a save file, unfortunately, for the War Master. So he's an NPC in a shack where he gives me some items, and I joined a covenant which made him move, and it locks him behind progression that's not part of the run now. So I had to load a file where we were right in front of him, and he was still there. But nothing else changed. That's the only thing. I did everything in the run's gone exactly how it should. It's all legit, other than I had to make the War Master. I had to do back time a little bit by like 2 seconds and just change me going to Volcano Manor and do it after talking to War Master and killing him. But yeah, if this was the actual run, I would just reset. I wouldn't do that for a real run. Obviously, we've already made a mistake. If I hadn't made a mistake at this point, then I would really hope that I made a mistake after, just so it didn't come down to having that as part of the run. That'd be kind of weird. Okay, so the order would be Bloody Slash firsts. Oh, I have to actually set up the blue flasks too. Haven't done that. Wait. No. The menus. It happened during a run where I was hit, yeah, because if I didn't get hit and then I did that, it wouldn't be the run. I would have to not count it. But that would be incredible, though. Like, just the prospect that you guys think it's viable, that I make it through the first attempt without a mistake, like, that's just silly. So while that statement is true, it's still kind of funny that you're even allowing the potential for it to be reality. It's like, yeah, you could have like had that happen, so it's good you didn't. It's like, could I though? Is it really likely? Okay, we'll change this now. Golden Vow. Chug that. Flame grant me strength. And then we're back to Red Feather. Just in time for Margit. Oh, wait, but I have the dexterity tier. Oh, thank God. I caught it before the fight started. Okay, because I loaded the file. That's why it was like that. I changed the dexterity tier on the actual first attempt we were doing before I loaded the file. It seems bad. But it's not as bad as it looks. I just have to set up the health all over again. It's all good. He upgraded from a shack to a manor. Of course, we couldn't let that slip. Nobody makes a quick come up in the lands between other than us in this run. We're like the kingpin. We can't let that happen. All right, so heirloom, I believe, is first. I think that still works. Ah, see, I didn't want to do that. Dude. Well, actually, wait. I'm being silly. I could actually just... I could just chug a flask and then do that again. Oh, Physic Flask would have been a better idea. There we go. Man, this is crazy. You're seeing the peak of organized buffs right here. Like, this is just a disaster. All right, here we go. Now we can actually play. Let's go. Nice. I like it. Will you jump, Margit? Could you? Nice. right, Margaret is dead.
I shall remember thee tarnished.
Looking confused.
Thy needle flame. Cower in fear of the night.
Get wrecked. That was actually the better fight, too.
Fell omen shall.
Buff set up 5 times longer than the boss fight, pretty much. It's sad to say, but that's the truth, though.
You there?
At least we can play the game now.
It's tightly booked.
Other than the other consecutive buff segments and all that.
Well, but of course.
Aside from, like, going into a fog gate and, like, some of the other loose items we gotta grab, it's mostly fine now. So we're gonna warp from here to... I want to say Stormhill, but I can't actually confirm that. If we're going for Godric, then... No, we're going for Radon, aren't we? Wait. No. We are going for Godric. Wait a second. I'm confused. What are we trying to get before this now, then? Let me just check something really quick. Just want to check my references. I might have actually just wanted to go back to back through that area. Oh, sorry, Blue Dancer Charm. Blue Dancer Charm, yep. Gotta get that. Forgot, that's important. So that's still a talisman that we need. There is an extra boss we have to do for that. Should have had notes. I got close, though. I got close without needing them. After this run, we're definitely not going to need anything. I think I'll be fine after this one. It'll be very easy to remember all the mistakes I made on this one. So one thing I will say, though, is that the blue Dancer Charm Guardian guy could have been added on the hit counter as a boss. That is one thing that I might want to squeeze into the list really quickly. So just so I don't forget that later, let me do that right now. He really didn't write anything down. No, I didn't, I swear. That's kind of how I do stuff, though. I learn a lot better without that level of, I guess, prep, or like that kind of prep, not that level of it, but just that stuff. Because for me, for it to be hardwired like quicker, it's easier that way. And then what will happen is the person typically, or the version of me will say, because I used to write the notes, the version of me that used to write the notes would have still been looking at them longer than the version that made more mistakes upon not writing them in a short time frame, but then like moved on very quickly and just remembered it like within 2 iterations, 3 iterations of doing it. So third run, literally there's nothing I should forget at all. But before it would be like, yeah, 4th, 5th run, I'm still kind of like, gotta look at this. That could just be slightly placebo, but that's exactly how it's been every time I used to do notes. I did them for a lot of stuff. And that was even me making like the routes in some cases too. Okay, I want main hand torch, I think. Just so, yeah, basically can still use the skill of this with the torch in my hand. Oh, wait, we don't meet requirements. Source seal. What am I actually doing, dude? I was like, that's not even working. I think it's got to be the other way around. Rapier's got to be main hand for the no skill Ash of War to actually make sense on this. Someone clip that and put it in chat whenever I forget something. Okay, do it, please. I want to be held accountable for that, so go for it. And we'll actually see how it plays out. So for this, I don't actually think I need red feather on this one at all. It's a 3-shot to kill the dude with it, and he staggers in 2 hits, so no doubt in my mind, we do not need red feather. I could probably put Axe Talisman on, and then just Physic Flask, Craig Blade, and the other buffs. Now, there might be an unforeseen circumstance where at some point I learn there's a reason you'd want to have way more damage than it seems like you need. But for now, I don't think we actually even... We probably don't even need Flame Grant Me Strength, but I'll do it anyways. And then I'll see if I eat those words later. Because there's a way to sneak in on this fight where he doesn't actually wake up. But for example, like let's say, again, he moved differently. Like let's say his ankle was in a different spot. Maybe then I would miss and then it would be scary. But yeah, it seems too simple to actually go to that effort of the full sequence. Saves a little bit of time, so we'll go now back to Godric. Never seen this place before. That's a place we go to on, I think, pretty much all the hitless runs I've done. Because the Blue Dancer Charm is actually a really good item. Okay, so here I need the bow. Bow main hand. Balls off hand with this. And then I think it has to be... I believe it has to be nighttime. And then Source Seal's got to be on, so I meet requirements for assassins. Which it is, okay. Then we're gonna just set up the bonfire for the Great Rune. This is the first run I've ever actually used the Great Rune on too. This is pretty wild. Most people that have told me to do that, I've said no every single time. But we're actually using the Great Rune. Because you kind of have to. Like there is some situations where it really helps. Haven't played much Elden Ring Exodus. How many hours do you have on it? Lovely seeing him getting punched to death by a naked dude. Imagine you were sleeping as an ancient being that's like the size of a building, and a naked guy the size of an ant comes in and punches you 3 times. Then you're dead. That would be... It would be funny if, like, in the afterlife, you were reviewing the death, like you had the kill cam of him doing it, and you were just like, man, I knew I should have put those mouse traps up, dude. Like, you were literally at like Walmart or whatever, and you could have bought some like human traps or some mouse traps, whatever, made for giants, and he didn't put it at the door. Because you're essentially dealing with like a rodent problem at that point. It's like you're the size of like a mouse, like a bug. Okay, so we're gonna put a kukri right here, one right here, and then we're just running for a second on this part. That was kind of sketchy. I didn't wait long enough on that. And then I am supposed to just keep running here as well. This is a little bit sketchy. I don't think this is the smartest way to do this part, but okay. You should be able to jump up on this wall, then jump over here. Doesn't really matter either way. You can go around the other way too, but it's a little better. And then also, this is another notorious thing that I never did. Hey, streamer, you should probably get the lift. It's a lot easier to get to Godric, or it's a lot smarter. I would always run away from the crows over here because it was so exciting. But there's actually a reason that led me to not do that this time, even though technically I still could. There's a room where you get a couple items, and to get into it from this direction is just way easier, since we go to the back of the room right away. But if I went around the other way, I'd have to run through the room from the front. I'm not sure if that would be possible still. So we're just going the opposite direction, coming out of the same doorway that we would go into to get the kukris, and getting some extra stuff too. Oh, I think I screwed this up. Did I? No, wait, I didn't. Beautiful. So yeah, 2 crack pots right there for the sleeping pots. Man, I'm not sure if I actually need these. Might have been a good idea to have the torch as well. Am I doing all remembrances? This is any percent right now. In the future, though, all remembrances definitely would be fun. So blue dancer charm kind of makes sense on this, but I actually don't think we use it yet, do we? Oh no, because yeah, again, the physic flask will make us meet requirements, so yeah, you still do. Still relevant. And then also we're going to be using sleeping pots on Godric. I think 1 is what you need. If you just use a fan to blow air in his direction, which is kind of funny because he's like an ancient golem looking giant thing. Which means that if he's a real giant, then he definitely is extremely powerful. And even if he's a golem, he was made from the soul of a giant by a king of some sort, or whoever ruled the land. So they're both very powerful. All right. So this fight is pretty simple. There's not too much to it. I mean, I'm actually pretty good at it even if you don't do it properly. I just don't want to eat my words on that, so we're going to just pretend that we're hoping for the best. That's it. With the heirloom, I think I still need to have this on. So I'll switch that in a second. Please don't do the spinning attack with the he did it. So he's going to spin for a little bit, fall asleep, then get back out of it again. Nice. I'm going to have to throw another one. Which did work. Attack, then transition. Wait, what?
Tarnished, thought unfit even to graft.
How's that even possible? Okay, can anyone explain that? I feel like there is an explanation for that, but how is that possible? I'm very curious about that one. He didn't go into phase transition, but he still kept attacking even though his health was almost gone. So we somehow locked him into phase 1 permanently, or did he, like, he didn't even transition after that? Stun him out of phase 2? I didn't do anything. I backed up. I didn't keep hitting him. That's why I'm kind of confused. So even if it was the case, why did that happen? Anyway, sorry, let's skip the giant segment now. Oh, we're supposed to be doing... Wait a second. No, this is fine. I screwed up the counter. I put the wrong order. So giant needs to be moved up 1 more. Then on this one, we have 1. There we go. Which kind of sucks, but... Crazy. I don't know how that's possible. Oh, so the riposte was the problem? So you just don't do a riposte, essentially, and I'm good? Is that the idea? Okay. Try that again. Second sleep pot. I don't know if sleep pots break transitions, though. I understand the riposte thing. I've heard that before with a couple bosses. I guess that's good to know now, though. All right. So I'm gonna switch that back. Physic flask first. So you're saying, wait, you can riposte him? You need to hit him after the riposte. Oh. That's what it was. I didn't hit him enough. But the health was still enough, though. That's interesting. Okay, now he's going into it.
I am the Lord of all that is golden.
Weird places to make mistakes.
We'll return to
I like how this run's going so far, though. It's not too bad. I mean, we're decently far into it. Radahn is now where it gets spicy, though. Nice thing is I can literally just go right to him and kill him. Like, there's not any work to run to him at all. We literally just go there. So, yeah, you suffer a little bit in the beginning for the setup, which is probably the segment where we're just talking to chat and chilling, but you have everything already open other than just the capital. Actually, even the capital's technically open. I forgot about that. You actually do have you have half of the capital open too. So the Farum Azula, and that's the only full area you actually have to do, I think. Oh, Mountaintop of Giants and Farum.
Welcome.
Oh, the Great Rune,
The
yes.
stars have aligned. The
That is a really good idea. Let's get the Great Rune.
General Radahn, mightiest demigod.
See, again, this shows how little, how infrequently I grab Great Runes in general. Have you tried the 2v2 bingo, Dread? No, I've never tried bingo before. I haven't even done bingo on the older games, but I think I'd probably be better at it on those ones because I know a little bit more about those games. At least Dark Souls 3, Dark Souls 1. Favorite hidden boss? What would count as a hidden boss? Oh shit, wait, Source Seal. I guess Exodus, for you, you said you didn't play the game as much. Yeah, hidden in this game is kind of a convoluted thing. Not part of the main quests. Oh, that's a good way to put it, I guess. It's between, I think, Moog and Placidusax. Probably Moog, I would say. Moog is really cool. Moog's actually a good challenge, too. You don't do them with, like, just ridiculous setup and, you know, a very calculated method on a crazy character. I think it's really fun. So I don't think he can aim and get me from this angle. Like, the arrow doesn't go sideways and all glitchy like it probably would have in the older games, so that's good. I'm pretty sure that part is done safely enough. Like, I don't think I need to change anything there. Think about going back to try the no damage god run. So actually I have a video that I wrote that's talking about that and why I never did up till now and why I don't plan to do runs like that anymore. But that will probably be released not as the next video, but the next video after that. So that is already written and ready to go. I'll link the video to you in a command in chat if anyone asks about the master run or the god run or anything like that. Again, it'll be a really good response to it. But it's kind of cool though, because it does explain in trade, like, because I'm not as interested what I would be doing in the meantime, what I have done since the time that I did that. Even just personally too, there's a lot of cool stuff in there. And it also, I think it does speak quite a bit about other people's runs and them getting cool achievements. Some people that actually don't even have as much recognition are in the video that you might have not even heard of before. So it covers a huge basis, I would say, of stuff you might have missed out on if you only watch me do this, or maybe a few people. Do you ever feel discouraged when you see everyone else beating these runs? No, I don't really feel discouraged about anybody's achievements at all. So the thing is, like, I compare myself to myself. My goal in life is mainly to be better myself. So it's unimportant for me to be discouraged about other people doing anything in general. And I think I've always had that where, like, I've fallen into some validation traps in life, especially as a younger person, because when you have, you know, your childhood psychology still, you're not a full adult, you haven't fully, like, matured psychologically. In childhood, there's an in-between period where when you're, like, maybe a young adult or even, like, teenager or whatever, validation does become a little bit more important, I think, because you're not as carefree as when you're a child. But I think, like, as an adult, like, just completely outside of that whole vein, mainly it's just I've been super discouraged in myself for not being better from what I know I can be, because I can see the potential of a lot of things very clearly, and I can see, like, the realities of those things, like, I would say very accurately, to the point where that would be disappointing. And this has never been anything where it falls into that category. This is just something I enjoy. The most important part of doing this would be, like, you guys enjoying it as an experience, building a strong community, and the entertainment value that I'd provide, not necessarily linked to an achievement. So it's never felt like it's been discouraging because other people do things. It's more so, where do I want to be with what I decide to do? And that falls into a lot of categories. That's not just playing games, doing runs. It's, again, music, fitness, health, mind, body, spirit, like socialization. Like, maybe do I have, like, people in my life that I'm very proud of knowing, for example? Like, are they very, very dear to me in terms of, like, their character, for example? That's really cool. You know, doing the best I can for family related stuff too, like all that stuff.
General Radon, mightiest demigod of the shattering.
Seeing it being done can motivate. Oh, for sure. The thing is, though, I kind of understand where if someone can do something, a lot of other people could do that stuff. But do they have the thing in them that compelled that person to do it in the first place? Not everyone has it in them right now. You have to cultivate that level of desire. So it's kind of like, or even inspiration, we could say, whatever you want to call it. So I am a huge believer in mostly everyone being able to do mostly everything. But will they? Not all the time. Oh yeah, also we don't have a grace before this part, I forgot.
Granted, so the world might be mended.
God rune's got to be put on.
So the world might be mended.
I thought there was a grace for some reason. All right, there we go. Kaparath, thank you for the 27 months. Welcome back, dude. And Bensky, I'm doing good. How are you, man? You made it to the more exciting part of this run. And possibly a very good PB for the first one. Despite it being literally, what was it, like the Bloody Slash Night in the Fort Pharaoh, or no, Fort Height, the very beginning fort. Super easy, dude. And then what was the other hit? It was the... Oh, it was on Godric just recently. Yeah, that one was kind of stupid as well. So that's kind of good. Are we going the right way? No, we're not. Slowly doing better. Oh, do I have to talk to him again, man?
The festival.
So this is another part where if I lose the activation of the rune that I'm using, the Great Rune particularly, I could spend money on another rune arc and spend some time, or I could load a save file that already has it. I think the case in point for this run would be that we have enough stuff in our inventory. We have the remembrance of Godric. We don't need it. So I could pop that and buy a bunch of them anyways. So if I die a sizable amount of times, maybe loading the save file would be a bit cheesy, but I think in the spirit of the run, it would just save the time of popping that, going back and buying it. It's up to you guys if you want to see me actually just go back and buy it or not. I think this is one of the only last places where a file would actually help us continue. If there's no other way to continue, just for practice sake, I probably will. But I plan to do this in one try, and if not, very, very few tries. So yeah, Blue Dancer Charm goes on after all the other stuff is on. And best of luck to me. Are you allowed to use Cheat Engine for the map parts, but not the graces? So I actually don't even know how to use Cheat Engine to do this stuff. I'd have to actually learn that. I know how to use free camera on Cheat Engine. I just recently learned that for videos. But when it comes to like actually moving the character around the map, I've never done that before. I'd have to learn what type of table you would need, or like how to edit the actual character position through searching for it in the actual software. I would never use it for practice personally, at least as far as now goes. I've never used Cheat Engine to practice anything, but I like it for modding the game to make it harder, or to add something to it that someone actually made as a mod. I know some people use Cheat Engine for speedrun practice and everything, or challenges. Also, Broadmoor, thank you for the 1,000 bits, by the way. That's really nice of you. What compelled you to spend 1,000 bits here? I'm curious. I'm not letting you get away with that without you explaining. I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna be like a stalker, a shadow stalker. I'll pop up on your wall in the middle of the night and haunt you like a ghost. I'll be like, the bits, where are they? Where'd they come from? Like, even if I pass on and you're still alive, like I'll haunt you as a ghost until you tell me. Okay, so in the actual fight with Radahn, we don't actually or we don't need to use this before we go in there. We just need to have the health set up. So as long as Blue Dancer Charm is on, we're good. And then we just got to make sure we turn around on Torn immediately. That's it. Orion, how are you doing, dude? I like that Solaire mode. That's a really good one. It's like Super Saiyan Solaire. All right, what do we got? Nice, good RNG. Missed a couple attacks. I also rolled into that early. Ah, that was my bad. I panicked a bit. I could feel the panic on that one. I didn't. It was because I was overthinking how little damage I had. But we could have saved it from that point. I think it would have been okay. Because even if he ran away or whatever, we would literally just go and do it again. I could warp out, so. If I have a low damage from the beginning, just keep playing the fight as normal, see what happens, then warp later. Because it gives me the practice, and then I can still just do it. It's whatever. Okay, so here I'm going to load a file for Radahn. Radahn's a scary guy. He's really hard for me in this run. Actually, not even, I shouldn't say this run, just in general, because I haven't actually beaten him with low damage before. I don't know how to do everything on the fight. I only know so much. There's a lot of fights where I know pretty much almost everything that you'd need to. So even if it gets scary, I could kind of just make a backup plan. This one, it's not even smart to, even if you are pretty good, because he's just such a big object and his weapons are huge. You can't see his attacks on the screen that easily. Obviously, he moves around on the horse, so he's pretty fast. It's a lot of different things going on that make it sort of tricky. I love your mindset. The way you approach challenge runs is amazing. You appreciate the challenge rather than trying to make the challenge easy. Ton of respect for that. Hey, dude, that's awesome. I definitely can agree with you. I do try to stick with whatever aspect of the challenge I like and not compromise it if there is something to make it easier just because it's more efficient in the mind of other people. But with runs in the future, especially like so we can do more of them, I should probably lean more towards being smart about it. So one mistake I have made is I haven't been super smart about how I've done some things on purpose. I'm intelligent enough to know that I'm leaving things on the table. But then when I actually end up doing the things, I'm sure people can admit the way I did them might have been kind of spicy. Which it might not matter to you at all, but I think
Just seen
sometimes
your
people think that's cool.
1/1 stamina video on YouTube and really enjoyed it.
I literally can't see that alert until after this fight. Give me 1 second. Thank you for whoever that was. And thank you for watching that video too. I'm glad you guys are enjoying that stuff. If you have any feedback as well, like however brutal it is, I'll take all the feedback I can get. Because I want to make the most enjoyable videos for you guys. Okay. Again, this hitbox is so bad. So I think on this one, warping out. It's unfortunate. I mean, like I could probably finish him off, but warping out on that one kind of sucks. Again, I'll just load the file because we could just run back. We have the God rune activated. Didn't need the runes at all that we lost, so that's the smartest thing to do if that happens. The hitbox is just insane. That's the thing that is really hard about this run, is that the weapon is so short that it looks like you're hitting things, but you just aren't. It's incredible at how particular you have to be. Which could be because the game actually just has really accurate hitboxes. Even for the character models, like the hurt box on them is pretty close to the character asset, but still. Very frustrating sometimes. Ball hitbox is bad. I want to see what it looks like in a graph. Or if they can scan the character models and show the area that it affects. I want to see how big it is. Because it would be funny if it was actually smaller than the weapon. I doubt it, but yeah, that'd be insane. Ah, got greedy. Greedy again. I was worried about that. I was only staring at the health bar, racing the health. I really got to get out of that mindset of doing that. That's the thing that'll make such a big difference on this. Oh, man. Well, at least we know we need to practice. Like, I did practice Radon right away because I knew it was going to be, like, probably the hardest to technically pull off on this for me. And I was right by that, so anything extra that gets put into it is good. I'll probably only go over him at the beginning of every stream. Before you guys even see me actually go live, like when I'm starting up, that would be a smart idea. Because again, like my goal is to get this in a week. That is my insane goal that might not make any sense, but it's really out there. It's definitely possible, but the likelihood is slimmer based on how many hours I put in per stream and then what the progress looks like. And because I'm definitely not streaming as many hours as most streamers that are like full-time streamers, I guess. It's a little harder to justify. Like, it means that my practice has to be high quality every time I do it, right? See it, speak it, believe it. There we go. I do believe it. I actually do believe we can. Do I believe it will happen? Absolutely. It's hard to guarantee. That's the only thing. I can't just go and say, yeah, there's no doubt in my mind. But I might get to that point though if in a few days from now, you know, things look much different on this. Which they could, who knows? There we go. This man Dragon Balls. I actually finished him off by, that was like ball on ball action, dude. I punched Leonard in the balls right there at the end. That was not nice. Guy's already been dragging around this big goof that is trying to, you know, basically become an astronaut in the desert. And then some naked guy with iron fists just comes and punches him from behind. That's terrible. Leonard's definitely not having children, even if he had like a dream to retire as like this crazy deadbeat horse that's just like about to die. He's never having children because of my character. All right, so we got that. Now we got to go to capital, which is already set up. That would be Altus. Rampart, I think. How have you been, Terry? What's up? I remember you were saying a long time ago you got to a goal that was like a 400-pound deadlift or something like that. I remember you mentioned. How's that been going? How's this guy not been canceled for being an admitted killer of squillers? Dude, that's why I had to make the other channels, because I just in case as backups. If you notice, there's no killer in them. And then also the rebrand is always a click away. That name change request could just happen randomly. Just depends on if there's any kind of banners or artwork that can be changed easily. If they can't, then I don't know, maybe you'll see no artwork on anything and it'll just, the name will be shortened one day. And I'll upload Minecraft content. The most docile content ever. It'll be like, yeah guys, I'm just building this house in Minecraft with my friend Jimmy over here. It's pretty cool. Ha ha ha. Golly gee. And then I'll be like, that's heckin' cool, man. I won't swear at all, and you won't see my face. You'll never know who I am. It'll be rated for children. The advertisements will be for like Barney and stuff. I don't know. The only ads you see on the channel will be like children's toys. All right. So this part's a little different than normal, but also a little similar too. There is a skip I can do here. I'm not going to do it. And we'll see how that goes. That was scary. Yeah, I think I just realized at any point in the run, because of the God Rune situation, it is kind of smart to potentially have a save file to load of the character, so I have that rune activated and don't have to use a rune arc, but they'll be pretty easy to buy at this point. Guess we'll see how that unfolds. Hit 190 kilograms, been lacking too much overtime at work. Let yourself go a bit. Do you know what? The thing is though, because you've done it already, it's always going to be there, and you'll be able to get back to that point very quickly, I think. So I hear you on that. Sometimes like you fall off of things. Most important part is you already did the work before, so it's much quicker to get back to it. It's the beauty of it. 5'3", so you have an advantage. Yeah, that dude. That I know it's probably unnecessary for me to even say, but it might not even come across well to people that are in a shorter height range. But there is some things that are to be celebrated and maybe even a little jealous of. If you're taller and you lift weights versus the people that are shorter. So many crazy advantages. But like, I'm not even trying to say you're cheating by doing that. Just like, it must feel really crazy to move that kind of weight. And it's kind of like an interesting paradox in the sense that I know some people, and again, I don't know if this is like an average mindset that doesn't understand physics, but like there's quite a few friends I have and other people where they think that because you're actually just bigger as a human, like if you're taller, that you would just be stronger or be able to lift more, but it's the exact opposite. So it's really, really interesting. Yeah, 190 kgs is crazy. Hitting 180 kilogram bench trash, that's nuts. Get out of here. I don't think I'll ever actually hit 180 in my life for even a one, well, maybe a 1 rep max. I can't quite say that like never, but it would be very unlikely though. You had your niece's second birthday. You've had a blast. Not feeling depressed? That's good, Gage. I'm glad, man. I'm glad you're feeling good. Also, the other day I was asking you, what were you baking? You said you made something. I couldn't catch what you said. This part's a little funny, too. I can actually just go here, pick up this rune. This guy will forget about me. Now, this part, this is interesting because when you set up the buffs outside of Golden Godfrey, there's these guys that chase you. I don't know how to get them to not chase me yet, and I know that my health has to be already in the red tear stone range, so I'm going to do that and then think about exactly how I'm going to activate the buffs. I think it might have to be inside the fight. Might have to chug the physic flask near the door and then just set them up as I'm walking in, maybe? I don't know. But it's a little tricky, though, because you have, like, almost no room if they chase you. Just gonna chug this to have the full blue bar, too. You're doing 120 for reps. 120 for reps is still pretty good, though. Like, for bench, like, that's not bad. For kilograms, like, that's not pounds. Like, that's pretty nuts. Like, I might be able to move 120 twice. Maybe 3 times, if I'm lucky. But that would have to be, like, I don't even know what kind of prep there would have to be before that. Or what kind of day it'd have to be. Okay, so they're chasing, and then... Could I swing it? Craig Blade right away. And then Golden Vow after he throws this. And then Flame. I guess you can kind of... It's a little sketchy. Okay, there's Golden Godfrey. Goldilocks is dead. I'm not really too worried about him on this run, but the thing with him is I'm so comfortable on that fight that you actually could just get lazy, so... And the way that this fight works is different. I have to actually hit heavy attacks on him. Cranberry bread, pumpkin bread, and dark chocolate brownies? Dude, that sounds crazy. I love cranberries. Okay, next time... Let's just arrange it where next time you happen to find a reason to move to my country and like live really close, and then you just happen to be like the neighbor and you make them, and then you just leave me like half of them, and everyone's happy. Yeah, and I'll just keep streaming, and everyone will be happy and no one will complain. Good trade-off, right? So yeah, you can sneak by this guy. He won't see you. Anyone didn't know that? One of the first really sneaky methods I think someone told me to do on this. The medieval knights being short, unlike the movies that portrayed them. So I didn't even really know about that, but I would say it makes sense that the farther you go back in time, people's height would on average decrease. There wouldn't be as many super tall people, and then even the average height would be different. Also dependent on the culture and stuff too, but that does make a little bit of sense. Okay, so for Morgoth, we need sleeping pots again. I have 7, that's good. We can use 2 on the fight, so it really has to be the 1, or we're gonna waste a lot. extorting you for cranberries. That's funny. Lost 7 pounds in 2 weeks. That's pretty crazy, man. Wow. Going to Spain in June, so you're going to keep it up until then so you can indulge while on vacation. It's a good idea. I wish you the best of luck with that, but I think you'll be fine, though. If you've already gotten into a like fairly athletic form to be able to even do what you just said, that I think it was, you said 380, or sorry, no, 280, no, 180 kg deadlift. Was it that? Am I now, was it 190? No, 190 kg? Whatever it was. Yeah, I think you could definitely do it. And probably fairly fast, because again, your body's used to it. Ooh, one thing I didn't think of, the blue bar. So I hope I have enough for the sleeping pots. I think I might. I have enough for at least one, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, let's warp out, I guess, if we don't. I played that a little close. That wasn't necessary. A little closer than it needed to be. Oh yeah, I don't. Okay. Warp. Warp. Okay, we gotta do that again. Been reading the most recent Ultimate Spider-Man run. Wait, what? Reading the most recent Ultimate Spider-Man run? What is that? Oh, you mean, oh, you're talking about like comic books, right? Or the written material? Sorry, I thought you meant like a challenge run of a video game for a second. No, I don't actually read anything except for just like particular kinds of books. But also for the Spider-Man stuff, like I know it seems like I'm a crazy big fan of it. I am. Mainly just the movies though. And then I like the 90s cartoon when it was around on TV. But that's about it though. So I have not read that. I remember Ultimate Spider-Man being a video game though, and I remember something to do with it being a cartoon or some other type of series. Oh wait. Again, we need the blue flasks. You're below average height. That was considered the highest during the 1100 to 1400s. What was the average height in the 11 to 1400s? I am Spider-Man? Okay, if I'm Spider-Man and there already is Peter Parker, Miles Morales, 2099 guy, I forget what his name is, and then, you know, so on and so forth, like which one would I have to be then? I could be the Spider-Man that's basically supposed to take notes that doesn't take notes. Because he just wants to learn the run without actually... He wants to learn how to be Spider-Man without taking notes, essentially. Could make a jab at that. I played Ghost Recon Breakpoint. I don't think I've played Breakpoint. That's a newer one, right? I played the older ones quite a bit. All right. Morgott with sleeping pots and actually having enough of the blue bar. And apparently doing Craig Blade early, which is not the best idea. Oh yeah, we're starting off really far away too. So this is not good RNG. All right, Morgot dead. Nice, not too bad. Apparently, again, he was supposed to be the hardest fight on this run, according to Spectre was saying that. Smoker Spectre was saying that. And his run gave me a lot of advice for this, so. You can sleep pot Morgot? You can. You can sleep pot Fire Giant, Morgot, Duo, Godric, Rykard. I believe eventually there's a way to sleep pot Millennia. Oh no, you can sleep pot Millennia, I think, but then it doesn't really, she doesn't stay asleep, I believe. How many hours total on Elden Ring? I can check right now, actually. Let's see. I'm actually curious too. Let's check and see what it says. 592 hours. 0.1, 592.1 to be exact. Okay, Mountaintop of Giants now. How old was I when I committed the first Squiller murder? What?
Again, old friend.
What does that even mean?
Allow me a moment.
Oh yeah, 2000? No, that's why I said that, like, I'm playing the game of, like, people expecting me to be really good at this. I don't have a lot of hours compared to even some people in chat. And then all the people that are hardcore that make content for this are minimum 2,500. I'd say 2,500 to 3,000 is what the hardcore people would be at. Because they were, like, there was already people at 2,500, like, last year, I remember. They were telling me, so. Yeah, I'm on average 4 times behind the typical person making content on this. That's, like, good at playing.
I wish to the
Which is fine. Like, I can catch up. I said by 1,000 hours, I'm going to be exceptionally good at this. That is the goal. But it's not actually hard to have more hours than even 500, 600 when you just play the game normally, because there's so much stuff in it. You could do one playthrough, or sorry, one character and play through multiple times. That alone could be exactly what I got on the game. 2,000 hours on all the games, though? Oh, no, I have like way more than that on the other games. Like 2,000, probably 2,000 alone on Bloodborne almost. Like 1,900 on Bloodborne minimum. I would say Dark Souls 2 at least 25, 3K maybe. 1 would be at the point where it's like close to 3K or more. 3 is like double that. It's a lot. Okay, so we have to go to the Capital Rampart, I think. Oh, Avenue Balcony. No, that's the easiest way. Also, with the speed of this run, too, there might be time to play some Clone Hero. You guys want to see that? So, yeah. So I'm trying to think. I'm going to have to go and eat at least. So what I might do before I do my workout, I might actually use that as my cardio to warm up. And we play that for like an hour and a half at the very most, just because every time I say an hour, it turns into more. And when I played last time just by myself, even then, like there's always just one more in my head when I'm alone. So I need to play it still. I need to keep my practice up and everything, because it actually does translate to the actual drums. It's helping a lot. But since, yeah, I don't plan on recording anything tonight, particularly for drums, I should at least do that. So I think the plan will be, I'm going to take a break after this is done to eat, come back, do an hour of that, and that'll be like a bonus stream. I probably should have used Gambit on this. It's not good. Definitely being chased. Oh, I'm being chased by a weird enemy. I don't know what happens when you get chased by that guy. Perfumer? How did I get chased by him but not the beasts? Oh, okay, wait, there is a beast right there too. That's not good. Never again. You have 14 playthroughs and you still find new stuff? Not surprising that you're good since a lot of skill transfers. So that's the thing, Wampy, like I appreciate you saying that, but I still feel like there's a lot of room to improve just based on the knowledge. So thank you for saying I'm good. That guy with the thing is not a good enemy. Try to fight. It's unfortunate. I'm gonna try to kill this dude first. No, okay. Yo, that was fucking nuts. Excuse me. Is he gonna be able to even do anything? Yes, he can. Oh, he's not? He's not. This is not organized. Don't do this. Don't do this, guys. Just don't do this. I have a way to do this part that's way better. I don't know what I'm thinking. When actually doing this, I'm not sure what my brain's doing, but it's doing something. Yeah, it's just not normal, whatever it's doing. But hey, you know what? I think we made it. That's not right. That's foul. Jeez, man. What is happening? They're going to come back here in a second. Horse guy is going to have to turn around. This is very makeshift. It's good practice for a panic mode, but like it's not actually what I would do. I was supposed to not get impatient and then just get the spear guy out of the way, kill that guy when he was down, kill the guy that had the bow, and I'd be fine.
So the world might be mended.
Old school squeal. Lesser U.
Matt, thank you for the 25 months. Welcome back, dude. This does feel a little old school.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be
Gage,
mended.
play DS1. Definitely do it.
The clench is real in this run, Kappa.
Try it and see what you think. There's never such thing as a too old of a game to play, in my opinion. Especially because if you think of it this way, like people still, I'm still making videos for DS1. It's from 2011, or at least the remaster obviously came out later, but the concept of it is older. So, dude, there's people making world record attempts saving frames on the original Super Mario, and the videos are going crazy. There's people that just stream that and that's it. I bet you there's probably someone right now, and it's unlikely that it's like a popular thing. People are probably still playing Pong, dude. I bet you someone's playing Pong while role-playing on GTA 5 at the same time as like beating some other game with their feet or something like that. Oh yeah, saving a frame, not even multiple frames, just a single frame. You still watch the 7-hour no-hit walkthrough? Wait a second. Where is there a 7-hour no-hit walkthrough? DS1's still passable. Oh my god, the poison dude. That's definitely counting. I wasn't looking at the screen. This is not an area to look away. Very bad. So yeah, I didn't actually get hit on Fire Giant, but on the way. Oh, I have a guide for all 3 of the Souls games in one video? Or is it just like the separate guides themselves? Going on 20 already? Well, poison technically counts as 1. It's like 1 mistake, right? But yeah, that's not good. That's really easy to avoid. Every single thing in this entire run so far is easy to avoid, except for the Radon mistake. That's about it. That's the only like actual potentially reoccurring thing that could happen. Godric's unlikely to happen again like that, and I would even say the Bloody Slash Knight, like he's not super easy, but he's not really hard either though. Like it's kind of just like a habit thing. You just get into the groove with it. What happened in Radon? I think I tried to kill him with low damage. Oh, no, sorry, wait. What happened on Radon? I rolled into the one of the AoE attacks when he's doing like the magic and everything at the wrong time. Because I got panicky on it. And then I had some other fights that were close where I had to warp out, but other than that, it was pretty much just the one explosion I rolled into late. Which it's like a necessary thing to roll into that explosion every time, so I'm gonna get really familiar with it anyways. It's not like a weird situation. Why is there a death bird? To get the red feather talisman, which increases your damage. This Samor Ruins run right here, I've only done a couple times. And I just reminded myself too, there's like an invisible bridge I gotta take in the area closer to Fire Giant, so a couple things are a bit different here. But this Samor Ruins thing is something I have not done a lot. And I think it's over here we're going. No, it's not. It's over here. But they can't see me still. I'll probably warp back, actually. Gonna hop on Minecraft and build some stuff. Enjoy the playthrough. All right, dude. I'll see you later. Thank you for hanging out and just letting me know how you're doing and everything. I'm glad everything's better. How do you get to in Orlando on Daughters of Ash? I can't remember, actually. You'd probably have to watch my playthrough and see how I did it. Oh, actually, wait. Is it because of the gargoyle bell? Have you rang the gargoyle bell yet? Or no, wait, it would have to be Sense Fortress, right? Yeah, there's definitely something else you have to do. I can't remember. I know that there's like a part where you put on heavy gloves, and the gloves have to be heavy enough to pull the lever. You just rang it? Okay, so yeah, I'm not sure how you do it after that. What I would say is, yeah, just if you really get stuck, just watch the run that I did, the VOD of it. It's on YouTube. Or even someone else explaining it. Oh, this part's really cool too. You actually have to hit this rock. It makes the prelate turn around, and then normally what they would do is they'd throw fire at you. I had a situation where in one of my attempts that were pretty good, it was actually a reset at this point. The prelate throws a fireball, and I'm like, well, you could make it like maybe like be distracted beforehand. You could use Gambit, whatever. And then a lot of runs, nothing would happen. It would be fine. So I was wondering why it would occur like that. But yeah, that's the secret, I guess. Have you tried booking a flight there? Well, if I was gonna book a flight there, I would definitely use Expedia.ca to save on bundled deals and package in all of the other transportation I would need once I get to my destination. I'd also give their app a 5-star review on Google and probably use them for every single trip and recommend everyone in my family and my friends list the same experience. Not sponsored. EasyJet will cover all of it. Ha! EasyJet. I bet you like to fly first class, but still not even get complimentary potato chips. I bet you the Dixie cups of water they give you make you so thirsty on international flights that you cough up hairballs. Obviously, Trivago's the superior experience. I like to kick back at a sub 180 degree angle and hang upside down like a spider inside the plane. Have a pet? No worries. You can have 3 dogs in your lap while you're in first class on Trivago. Private jets? No worries. They'll let you pretend that you own a private jet for your Instagram when you use our experience. Is that timer in the center of the screen because you can't tell? Wait, what? The timer in the center of the screen? You mean in the top center of the frame? That's always been there. Comfort alligator? Oh, that'd be crazy. If you actually could own an alligator and it didn't eat you for your whole life, I feel like that would be more rare than like just not getting struck by lightning. Because even the people that train the alligators, that keep them like fed, I couldn't imagine like keeping them as a pet. I've never heard of that before. I think that's the next level. Do you confirm that you are an smart guy? I don't know if that's a spelling mistake or you did that on purpose, but that's pretty funny. And smart guy. I definitely could do so somewhat thinker of a person that might have gone as far as to look like, but I'm not sure if I'm an and smart guy. We gotta ask TJ Henderson if anyone knows the reference. TJ Henderson probably could tell me. Florida logic. So basically Kaled. Bottles of water might contain ink. What? That's like, it reminds me of the G Fuel label on the older canisters of the powder, where it's like, could contain lead. Like, oh, I didn't think that lead was that big of a deal anyways. It's okay, I'll just drink this. Gives me energy. It's like, how many scoops do you have a day? It's like, I have 3. Oh, cool. That's only exactly like 0.01 micrograms of lead per day. Good thing the body doesn't get rid of it. Yeah. Kaled's Ohio. I heard Kaled could either be Ohio or Florida, but it kind of shifts between the preference of the person. Lead builds character. I guess so. If toxic buildup in the body builds character, then yeah, maybe. Builds something. It definitely builds. It's like if you wanted to ever in real life walk underwater but not have to scuba dive, you just want to see the ocean floor really quickly, you could drink a lot of old school G Fuel to the point where the lead builds up. And then it's like you have lead elixir inside you from Bloodborne. And your poise goes up 500 points. It's like essentially the Metal Mario method in real life. But you might only live for like 2 minutes after that, but you could possibly walk on the ocean floor from the lead buildup. Raises the aggro range. That's the downside. Oh, I might have gone around the long way here. Oh, did I? Wait. Maybe not. I didn't trigger the NPC. Become like a walking Havel. Be funny if like you could somehow wear a suit that made you move that slow but then still have a running animation in real life. So it's like you're running really fast. I guess the only thing that would do that would be gravity, right? But yeah, I want to see someone that looks like they're sprinting, but they're moving very slow. Okay, so for Fire Giant, again, Sleeping Pots, we got some. Oh, actually, before we even do Fire Giant, I have to go back and level the balls again, I think. Because we got the Bell Bearing from Zamor, so I have to buy 12 of the plus... I want to say plus 8 or 9s. Run on a treadmill. It's so obvious though. I mean, like actually running in front of somebody. You know, it's like an optical illusion, right? There was this person I saw where they did. It's like they make it look like there's a delay when they're speaking. It's like that kind of stuff. Or it's like the whole illusion of when you think like a car's rolling backwards, but it's actually like not. It's just because you're moving and out of the corner of your eye, something makes you think that you're like, I don't know, something's going the opposite direction, or that it's like something else is moving, but it's you. There's a federal limit for lead in food. I can imagine there should be a limit, but that limit should also be 0. I don't know if it should be like a number that's not 0. Okay, it's plus 15. We already, yeah, we have plus 12, so we need to get 12 of the plus 5 stones and then 12 of the 6. Oh, also, I forgot to get the pouch too. So I should have got that earlier.
Those of a challenge find them well.
So we got plus 19. I think that's all we do. Oh no, wait, there's one more bell bearing after Godskin Duo. That's it. Then we're actually done with the upgrades. I think that gets us to plus 24. You need to take your medical joint? Wait, what? What? That could mean quite a few different... Oh, I forgot. It's 420. My bad. Dude, see, this is the thing, right? I'm so not dialed into calendar days. Unless, like, there's a really big attachment to it. Like a big day or something like that. If it's Christmas, then yeah, of course I know the day. But enjoy your medical joint. It's the 21st McBensky. Maybe to some time travelers, but for me... I like to hang back. I like to kind of sit behind the beat and see the past so that I have better information to tell to the people in the future of what's going to happen, as a true historian would. So I actually prefer time zones that are not the 21st on this particular day. You get a disc prolapse, so you got weed from your doctor and you like to smoke joints. Okay. Dude, I'm not even judging you based on it. It's just funny because, like, I forgot it was also the day that people do that, like, as a extra kind of thing than normal, sort of. So yeah, I guess that's kind of like depends on the social archetype, because like that's like a person that wants an excuse, and then there's people that already do that every day that just do it anyways on that day, or occasional people where it falls on that day. So enjoy your rehabilitation of the prolapse disc with your greenery. Okay, occult rapier goes off. We get Fire Giant moving a little bit and finish the buffs right as he's starting to walk. I think that's the best way to do it. And then I can use the sleeping pots in phase 2. I think it's a good opportunity to try it now. I did try it on practice, but then you guys saw earlier, if you were here at the beginning, I screwed up by hitting him right after it and didn't wait till his hands went down, which is where you get the most damage. So try that.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
How's life, Squeal High?
And then we're just moving into range where he can start doing his thing. I might actually be a little farther back. Yeah, so I'm going to have to just run. Tools, things are going good, dude. How are you? Thank you for the 19 months. Yeah, I've been very, very... diligent with hitting goals I've had, and I can't be happier in terms of how things are going. So other than that, I guess, yeah, things are smooth sailing right now. I still have quite a few goals by the end of the year, but I'm very happy with stuff paying off that I've been investing time into. So that is where I'm at. What about you, man? So I staggered him before phase 2. I don't know if this cancels it now, which might mean sleeping pots on the hand. That didn't do much. Still got good damage though. Still got big beef damage. So it evened it out a little bit. Now we're gonna have to struggle for a second and finish it off. I'll play that game though. I'm going to play the struggle game. I'm good with it. Just need to be very careful here. No fireballs, please. Thank you. It's good damage. Might have to hit him quite a few times. But again, this is good practice, so I'll take it. On a real run, I probably would warp. This one's a little sketchy. I'll take the elbow shot. No fire, that's good. Oh my god. Dude, I didn't know he could roll like that. Ooh, spicy fireballs. So that fireball attacks the hardest thing in the entire fight. That is the single worst thing on Fire Giant that he does. This is bad too, especially if it tracks. It does. It does. We're going. We're moving. It's the bad one. There's 2 variations. I can't move. Torrent got fucking... Oh my god, man. The only thing that sucks about that is I have to count it as 2. Because it's not actually, like, I would be dead normally. So it sucks that Torrent got hit. Because if Torrent gets hit but the character doesn't get touched, it still counts as 1. So he just robbed me by getting 2 right there. Whatever. How am I feeling with the run so far, Marks? It's good. Like, I really enjoy this run. I think this is one of the more fun routes I've done. I believe that this type of gameplay with all remembrances will be the best. Like, I probably will enjoy the level 1 remembrances more than the leveled character. Just because it's really rewarding killing things with the balls. It takes so much planning with how close range you got to be and everything. So, anyways, we'll try that again. Oh, I should have made another sleeping pot. Whatever. Okay, no sleeping pot phase 2. Just really good damage phase 1. And then at least I have some saved if I actually screw this up and need to do it again. Why is that not meeting requirement? Oh, the rune. Okay, I gotta actually load a file. I forgot about that. So the Great Rune is deactivated. I don't want to go back and buy another rune arc, so I'll save some time and I will load the Fire Giant file. But where is it though? Imagine I didn't actually have it. There we go. Okay, it's there. Everything is AI powered. I retired years ago. Soon enough, man. There probably already is, but I can see the rise of the AI streamers. It's not as surprising for video content. Like, I'm fully aware that there already is AI video content, but the AI streamer is on the horizon. Hopefully you can distinguish the difference, because it's getting scary. You've hit by things that are easily avoidable? Yeah, exactly. That's the best part about this. Looking good for the 7-day goal. It is, as long as I can cap off the rest of the run really nicely, especially for the areas. Oh, that missed. No. Nice. Okay, I actually got scooped by his heel. That was weird. There's a way to get more damage on that part, but I'm missing an attack that lets me do that, essentially. Yeah, so here... Big eyeball damage. Is he doing this right away? Why is he doing those right away? Okay, he's doing the explosion thing. That's nice. I like it. I'll take that, and then we just need to go 2 sleeping pots here. Just don't roll away. Why? No. Ah. Man. It's really rough getting back in and out of Torrent on this, because if he's in range to do something like a slam, you're screwed. Like, you can't do anything. Even though you could, particularly if you had the character off the horse, move and do something, the input doesn't do anything if you're already in that situation. Even though you have a lot of time, so it feels like you're kind of just sitting there. It's again, the physics of a horse, man. You can't slow them down as quickly as a vehicle. We need floating hovercrafts. Remember to sub on Fire Giant's only toes. Only toes plus ankles, because we did expose the beauty of his ankle upon breaking the shackle. Please jump. No. All right, I have to warp out of this one. Took a little too long. Is Miyazaki even hiding it at this point? I think Miyazaki's, it's like long gone are the days of him being subtle with sabotage. I think he wants us to know. I think I've triggered him enough. Along with a lot of other people too. There's probably other people that have triggered Miyazaki more. Ah, man. All right, after Fire Giant's dead, I'm gonna get some more water too. Take a really quick break. And then we'll do our best to finish this strong. He put more work into the feet than the hitboxes. That could be a good or bad thing. It depends on... If the hitboxes are in our favor, that's nice. But if it's like a really bad one, then the feet thing kind of aggravates me. Hob has said a few things to trigger him. It was so funny in the interview where he said he doubts that he did that run. But I feel like it's because the context of how it was explained. I don't genuinely think he would completely just deny it no matter what. Because there's a way to see it if he wants to, right? So that was still really funny. So he might have staggered right there. I'm not sure if it would have counted. I'll have to see. It might only take one to stagger him here. Yeah. Perfect. And then he's doing this again. That is fine, though. As long as he's doing this attack. Just need to do this really quick. What? How? How does that happen? That is a big yikes indeed. That's really strange, man. You missed the second pot. I threw 3 though. I threw 3 of them. Oh yeah, we have to load the file again. I threw 3 pots. Just in case. And it would make sense if I threw 3 and the second one worked, and then it canceled the second one. But why, if I threw 3, would that not work? Having that I missed the second one, you know, that was the case. Can you share the clip of it? Yeah, go for it. Runs, can you allow Aoful to share the clip? Middle starting an animation. I thought it was pretty good timing. That was the thing, but I guess, yeah, maybe I couldn't see. It's the only way I could explain that is that, like you said, he already decided to do something that was beginning, but it seemed pretty early. Wait, oops. This is not good. The stupid animation for that is not nice. Please, please. Gonna have to load a file for that one too. All right, so Fire Giant's the new hardest thing on the run, apparently, even though I don't find him harder than Radon, so we're gonna have to practice him and Radon the most. Though I think Radon will become really consistent very soon, like very quickly. This one... I don't know. I mean, it's kind of hard to say. I think the second part could get better. I could definitely get better at that. Fire Giant transferred his weight to one side, used gravity to move his body by rolling away, and unfortunately you're underneath him. I like that explanation, but I still don't like the fact that I died. So I'm gonna say that because I'm the main character and I can't die, since there needs to be a sequel to the movie, it's just not fair. Jump, 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 jump. No jump? What? Okay, I'll try this. This kind of works. That works with the damage output, at least. I thought it did, maybe. Does it? It kind of does. It kind of does. It's all good. Yeah, damage is looking pretty good on that. Ooh, elbow shot. A little bit extra. A little bit extra something, something. It's doing that. Can I throw another sleeping pot right now and it'll work? There's no effect. Yeah, it didn't work. It's okay, though. I realized it didn't. Oh, no, it did. I think. So hard to tell. Ooh, tracking was spicy on that. Very spicy. Nice. That was a really hard fight, too. We had to really grind to get that one. I don't think it should ever be that hard on an actual run, but that's just that. Yeah, that was like the ultimate practice on him. Fire Uncle may have finally had one too many Cheerios in his bowl. He had a Cheerio that looked different than the other ones, and it pissed him off because he likes consistency. He's got quite a particular type of preference for his cereal. It's kind of like the green potato chip thing. Like one of the potato chips were green. If anyone's ever seen that. No damage run in DS3, but you always get hit on deacons. Any tips? I just got the kill because you're back, Trash. There you go. If you're doing deacons, depends on exactly how you're dying, but I have a guide, though, for Dark Souls 3. It shows you a pretty good way to do deacons. And it doesn't really matter what kind of character you use, as long as you have alluring skulls and a decent amount of damage. Like, you could even have magic, and it's still somewhat feasible. Am I celebrating 420? No, I don't smoke, man. Or I don't even do the edibles or anything anymore. I used to. It keeps me in a state where... Actually, I guess there's a couple different things. So during the process of being intoxicated like that, or I can't even say intoxicated because that might be offensive, but inebriated or whatever the hell. I'm not going to be able to achieve the same level of precision on a lot of stuff I want to do. I could probably do a lot of things really well because I was definitely good at being able to, even when I was like younger and stuff like that, function, but it just isn't super optimal for me. I really do enjoy having like a very, very high functioning brain, if that makes sense. And there's even some days where even if like I don't do anything, if I could eat perfectly fine, I could sleep the best I can manage, exercise, like, you know, do all these, get sunlight, get fresh air, be in a good mood, and it still doesn't function as well as I want it to. I want it to be even better. So I'm very much so chasing that rather than chasing the other state of mind you would get from having any kind of substance in general. And that's the major reason. But then on top of it too, if I was even good, let's say I was like, hey, you know, maybe just to sleep better, my sleep wouldn't be as good. I would fall asleep maybe quicker, but it wouldn't be as deep of a sleep. And in terms of like hormones, so I'm pretty big on optimizing hormones. It's pretty estrogenic, so it would actually make my estrogen higher. So then it's harder to feel the benefits of me trying to naturally upregulate my testosterone. So like that's very valuable to me because that's the effort molecule. So it makes everything feel much easier to do. And you'll probably do more, achieve more, and have a better life. So it's kind of like, it's exactly the opposite of what I'd want. Also, that guy's the opposite of what I'd want too. I probably need to use Gambit on this part. This part I didn't actually make a method for until after the next grace. So it's kind of good that happened, but annoying though at the same time. You guys got functioning brains, bro. Yeah, I guess the best way I could put it is like there's definitely some medical properties of the plant that you could use to help with things that you would rather not use pharmaceuticals for. And then there's tons of other things. But for the psychoactive properties, essentially, you could have someone that is like a high performer that uses it and still high performs and is like one of the most successful people. But you cannot argue, in my opinion, there's no way to argue this, that I can logically see that that person wouldn't even be better in terms of the same goals without it. It's just kind of the matter of the facts. Based on, again, your neurological system, the performance of how everything fires, and the properties of the state of consciousness that you're going to ensue. It's kind of like if you said you could drink like a beer or something like that and you'd feel like more relaxed. And so some people will try to say in social situations it actually makes them better socially, but then you can't argue that the same person wouldn't be better socially without it as well. You just might need a different approach of how you look at how you're using it, right? So it's like, let's say your confidence goes up because you drink a tiny bit. You're not drunk, but like you drink a tiny bit, your confidence goes up. You already have the ability to cultivate that then, because the substance isn't the thing making you have that. It's not like you actually gain a level of function that's inside a liquid. It's more so that you're believing that you can do it because of that. But you always can do that. So I'm thinking of whatever I could try to get as a benefit from an external thing, I can always get within me by default. There's nothing I need to add to get that benefit. There's just little modifiers I could use that maybe help, like vitamin content being good to make everything function good nutrition. You know, sleep is basically just an action, so it's not really like an external thing. But, you know, healing yourself with sleep, those types of things are a little bit more valuable to me. Items, though, and stuff like that, like consumables, don't make the biggest difference, in my opinion. They're like they're a smaller thing on the spectrum. What did you use for your build for your first ever playthrough on this? It's on YouTube if you want to see it. It was a strength and faith build. Explain the testosterone part, so how it helps in getting stuff done. So essentially, like, it makes effort feel easier. So like, think of it this way. If your levels for your hormones, this could also go for men and women too, but if they're not balanced properly in terms of an optimal state, then you're not going to feel normal. But if you always feel like that, how do you know what normal is? So it depends on how much interest you have in trying to figure these things out, I guess. But yeah, essentially, like, you want to be operating physiologically like you should be in the most natural way. But the thing that we believe is that, oh my God, dude, how did that guy make it? I'm gonna have to run. So we're gonna take a chance on this part slightly. I did the setup right, but I didn't actually escape this next part properly. Good thing is I can still do this, but it's tight though. Timing's tight on this. Yeah, so the thing is, like, what our peak natural physiology is not being expressed in modern society unless you really do a lot of work to salvage most of what you would have been able to if we lived in a very holistic environment, right? So I kind of look at it that way, as like that plays into a lot of different things. It plays into the actual effects that the systems culminate in as byproducts for how they're running. So let's say, again, like you have disease that's onset earlier that was created by Industrial Revolution and products and stuff like that that couldn't exist the same way before. You have states of being mentally that didn't exist before. You have a lot of things that are new because of like the new way of living. So I'm thinking of just like, okay, well, let's see how we would feel if we were operating in a way that you take away all that from, or most of it. And you can never do it. You can never get it perfect, but we're built to have, you know, incentive structures chemically in our bodies. The balance of how these systems work, even in terms of just regulatory health, are something to take into consideration. And hormones are very big in that. The endocrine system is huge in that. And that's all I'm really getting at with that. It's very important, but it's made to seem like it's not as important, or like the way that it's discussed is different now, because it's such a bad state in terms of the scale of how things are measured, that like medical people will tell you certain things are okay that are not okay. That's just that's simply a fact. And you can see this historically too. And then there's an argument saying you don't need to have certain balances of things because times have changed, but it's like that's exactly why it's a problem though. So it's like you're using the problem to say that it's fine. But again, this is I'm just going to say opinion on that, because even though there is some hard facts in what I said, I don't want to create any kind of more difficult situations of just getting looped into explanations of these things, or anyone that maybe would disagree. You can continue to disagree if you want to. It's fine. Like everyone can have their opinion. That's just my personal outlook. Things I enjoy. And that substance specifically, along with alcohol as well. Alcohol has the same effect. Beer is estrogenic. So there's a lot of things that they accumulate over time. And if in certain quantities they're taken in, it does have an actual effect that's adverse. But again, it wouldn't be as noticeable if you're not stacking adverse effects on top of yourself. Kind of like I'm buffing the character. If I'm stacking positive effects, then it becomes okay if you add a negative effect sometimes, but not as good as if your goal is to only have positive effects. And that's all I'm getting at. So that's why I use the example of a high performer, super successful person, because people use the trope of that you become lazy if you smoke that plant or like eat it or something like that or whatever. It's like, it's not necessarily just that case. It's more so, are we trying to just objectively say what is best versus what is not best in my particular lens? And then in other people's, they don't care about that, so it doesn't matter. All right, let's get to the health we need. Actually, the Great Rune's not activated. I just realized that. So for this one, because I died on the guy in the hallway, I think I can probably pull this off normally, but I need to switch to the heirloom talisman, I think. So we're gonna try it like this. We're gonna see. I think it's fine. So we need to go in sneaky, but I'm gonna change the axe talisman back so I can do all the buffs. And this should be pretty much identical. Oh, I didn't have the blue bar left. Oh, I didn't put this. Why? Wait, why do we even have a file? Oh, it's because the fire giant file. We didn't have the blue flasks. So I have a Godskin file. It's all good. It's in the exact same spot. But for some reason on the fire giant file, I had not, on the practice run that I did with that, when I was making it, put the right amount of flasks. This one has the right amount. So I must have just switched that for this fight because I ran into it and realized the same problem when I was making this. I'm sorry, guys. It makes sense. You knew your dermatologist was full of shit when she said your diet doesn't matter. Yeah, exactly. Like, and again, to her credit, there's aspects of skin representation, skin quality that is like beyond just particularly diet, but less of it is though. So majority of the problem is always food and sleep and stress and mental stuff. So like, Don't let anyone tell you that gives you products for things. The products are more important than you. Like, you are the most important product in how you function. How you do things and stuff like that is the biggest effect first. Then all the external stuff. It's a hierarchy, right? You have to think of it this way. Those things didn't exist. So how do you have all these things happen then? That would be that you're trying to say historically all these things were big problems. They only were solved recently. It's the exact opposite. The problems only popped up once there were things to solve them because they were only needed at that point since we stopped doing the things that probably prevented them in the first place. And yeah, of course, lifespans increase and there's other things evolutionarily wise that aren't necessary anymore, but still. It's like you just have to use common sense at that point. And that's, I'm sure most people are capable of that. But you can get scared into thinking a lot of things though. Or again, being like, hey, you know, if this thing externally would fix this problem really quickly, I'll just do it because, hey, it's easier. And then you realize, well, yeah, it's not as good as it might seem because there's still other core issues. I don't know how the other dude didn't get slept right there. He needs to, though. That was kind of annoying. I'm just going to go in with this damage. It should be fine. Okay, now we're really trying to push the wire here with the damage. Oh. Okay, let's do all the whole setup again. Or other than just the physic flask. And then I think I might have enough. If I don't, I still have one sleeping pod. And we'll be good. Good, nice. Okay, so from here, before we even go do anything else, I'm just gonna remember that I have the bell bearing that I gotta use, and we'll get the levels on the balls with that. King Candy, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your motes. Welcome. Share the same blood type as your father. You both have O negative. You're told to donate blood whenever you can. Yeah, so certain blood types are a little bit better for sure when it comes to that stuff. Like I guess the ways of that you can donate to, some can donate to more than others, and then some are necessary. They're more in demand because of that. Lots of pro athletes smoke, but they're blessed with good genetics, so they're still pro. I don't necessarily agree with the fact they're blessed with good genetics, so they're still pro because they can do that. It's more so that they train really hard, so they can do that. But like, if they didn't do that, they'd still be better. Like, that's exactly just the fact of the matter. What I was saying, I'm like, you could be super high performing and do whatever. You could party, drink, like do hard drugs even somehow, like maybe very infrequently, and then like somehow like try to mitigate the effects, the side effects, or the fallback of it by pushing forward even harder to mitigate it. But then if you didn't do that, it would just be easier anyways to be better. So the margin of how much better it's going to be perceived as in performance with that kind of stuff might not be super obvious, but it's irrefutable though, because again, you're just simplifying the process. You're taking away something that did technically give you a setback. So it has to be the case. It's impossible that it's not. That's just how I look at it. But the person has to believe that's possible though. If they don't think that's a thing, then their mind will actually hold them back on it, because then if they don't do the thing, then they'll be like, oh, now I can't. So then they're putting mental barriers up, and then they actually underperform based on their belief, not actually reality. of the objective level of function. So again, a lot of it's also just there can be habitual traps with the mind too. But I'm just looking at it on a scale where it's like, okay, if we had to make an equation, what's simpler and what's more efficient here? And then even in that case, there could be an individual that subscribes to that idea. They understand that, and they're pretty much balanced on either end. So like they could be like, yeah, like this could work this way, this could work that way. And they only pay attention to, like they can only give feedback on the actual technical side of it. Maybe they don't put mental barriers up being like, well, this is just something I'm used to. So like I do better with this. And it's like, you do because you also think that too. If it's not truly something that has a property to it that changes something for the better, because we would know that. Did I grab the water? I didn't yet. This is probably an even better part to do that on. So let me take your advice on getting the water, and I'm gonna grab it when we get to the next grace. Definitely AI generated equations. Should you be just pinning tests and trend for days? So like that's another thing too. That's another totally relatable argument. So you could put exogenous hormones in your body, or anything. Again, any kind of substance that has an effect on something. And let's say the substance has an effect on something that would like it would maybe accelerate certain aspects. For that would probably be strength, for example. And then the downside would it be decelerating systems in your body and lower your lifespan. And there'd be a whole host of side effects. So you could do that, but then at the same time, though, if you don't, you could still be better if you don't, but you can't necessarily be better in some aspects if the standard of, like, let's say how it's perceived is like, okay, I'm doing competitions to look like a mutant, like I want to look like the Incredible Hulk. If the barrier of entry is being 240, 250 pounds lean as a shorter person and you look like a legitimate Marvel character, then sure, like you couldn't do that naturally. No, your body doesn't want to do that naturally. But I'm just talking more in objective, like health, if that makes sense. So then we know that that's not making you healthier. It's just more for like a particular interest. The same way as the interest of the person saying that this makes me feel better because I do this. It's just it's a state of mind then, right? But there is some general objective downside still. Anyways, I'm going to be back in a second, guys. I'm just going to pause the timer. I'm going to get water. I'll be back in a minute. Sponsored by the undead? What? How are we sponsored by the undead? All right, let's go. How do you remember your blood types? Well, if someone donated recently or they got it checked, it'd probably be easily accessible, right? This part's interesting because you can do a bird skip. I think a lot of people prefer to do that. I'm still going to kill them. So I need kukris on this. And the bow definitely as well. I don't think we need a crazy amount of damage on this part, so Red Feather I'm not going to activate. I'm just going to do the regular buffs. Like, just for the birds, I don't think it's a huge deal. I'll still use this. I'll put Flame on last. And that should be good enough. Oh, that literally did not work because I was too slow. This bird is nuts. Actually nuts bird. Actually nuts bird. Oh my god, dude, are you serious? How did I jump over the bird in the first place? I've never been able to do that. Oh, you know what? Probably because, like, again, I'm not good at judging the range of things on this run. So I thought that I needed to jump from a farther distance or different distance. On the Serpent Hunter, I jump early, and you could see it connect. So that was a big mistake there. That did not happen when I practiced it originally, but everyone gets their one. There's always a time for something, right? Can't just run attack. You might be able to, but the jump attack is stronger. It's also cooler too, but yeah, it's definitely stronger. I'm gonna wait on this part. Does anybody else overuse Assassin's Gambit when you're trying to stealth something? Like, do you ever just like spam it 5 times even though you know it's still active? I have a big habit of doing that. Oh, you can lock onto that guy from that far away. What? That's really cool. I didn't know you could do that. That's a new piece of information for me. Have I pre-ordered the DLC? I have not. No, I don't pre-order anything. Just because there's no shortage, unless you mean like for a special edition or something. In that case, I'm not going to be getting the special edition of it, but mainly just for games that don't even have that as a bonus. I just know that there's no limited amount of them. Like you're getting the digital version, it's going to be unlimited. Okay, here we go. Let's be careful here. So that wasn't enough damage for some reason. Let me just, again, do this. Oh. Wait, I know why. It's because I died, so Great Rune might have been part of it. Farther away now? Still a little sketchy. I don't know if I like that. So we're going to have to try to find a method where maybe I sneak on that bird and do like a charge attack. Oh, did I not? I didn't use Craig Blade. That's why. Yeah, you're right. So I'm going to have to be very, very careful on this part, which we're going to practice this tomorrow. Do you think if we use the water command enough, someone will think you actually have your own brand of water? Probably. I mean, you guys said happy birthday every day to the point where people thought it was my birthday, so it's possible for anything to happen. I'm gonna wait for this guy. It's not your birthday? What? How is this possible? How is it not your birthday? So I don't think that guy can cast onto the actual elevator, but I might want to throw an extra kukri in the first room. Just in case. Layla the Cubone, what's going on? How are you doing? Don't think I've ever seen live, but I've watched lots of VODs. Congrats on all the successful challenge runs and the music stuff. Duoing with yourself 10 years later is great. Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you. That's actually, that's a cool thing. No one's actually really mentioned that aspect of it. The whole, like the time travel collabs, but I've really enjoyed those, and I'm excited to do more of them. It's just the difficult part of some of the next ones that I'll have to do is there's not a lot of songs left that are easy to play on the drums. So my goal was every single time travel collab has to have drums on it, and yeah, that's going to be tricky, but we'll do something for each one. And thank you so much for watching that stuff too. That means a lot. I'm gonna have to go buy another rune arc, and then we will kill Malekith. Finish off the last few things, then I'm gonna eat dinner. I'll end the stream, host somebody, and then I'm gonna come back and play some drums on Clone Hero for an hour. That'll be the plan. It'll probably take at least like half an hour, maybe 40 minutes at the most after I'm done to eat and come back. But it should be cool. I think that if I'm gonna play Clone Hero anymore at this point, unless I take big breaks away from it and need to de-rust, should probably be streamed, because I definitely am in SC territory. I could definitely get some perfect playthroughs. Gotten 3 so far, and I know there's a few songs where I can get some more of them, so I should be aiming for that. You know, I'm gonna buy all the rune arcs, just in case we keep dying. Mamsen, how are you doing, man? How likely is it someone in chat has their birthday today? It's possible. But then again, the problem is if you say that, someone could just say it's their birthday, but it's not their birthday. That's the major issue. Ever read any manga? So the funny thing is, when I was younger, I went to the public library and I tried to get one out and read it before I left there, and I just hated the fact that you have to read left to right, or sorry, right to left. And I stopped, but I would have gotten into them a lot if it was easier to relate to, like where you could read it normally, and just, especially if they were in color too. I know some of them probably are, but that aspect and yeah, the orientation of it was weird. And then when I got older, I stopped reading fantasy books or anything that was fiction. I just purely read books that are based on actual life stuff now, and it's really hard for me to read fiction. I'm assuming you probably got into it quite a bit. I'm sure you still read it. Also heard for some animes that the mangas are better, which kind of reminds me of the whole thing where someone will be like, "Oh yeah, that movie absolutely sucks. The book was better." Your partner playfully knows you as the foot guy because the first one she watched was with me beating Elden Ring with my feet. That's really cool. I'll take that. I'll be the foot guy for sure. As long as Miyazaki doesn't get excited by that, because that's Miyazaki's thing. He likes feet. It's the only aspect that is required. Also, I might die if I cast Gambit again, so I have to be very careful here. This should work. This should be fine. I think you can let the Draconic Tree Sentinel run a little farther, and then you don't have to worry as much. But yeah, it's all good. Can't see me now. Don't have to use anything else but the buffs. And I'm gonna do some of them in the fight so we can save some time.
Who approacheth destined death, I will not have it stolen from me again.
Nice, good hit. Okay, that was actually really good. Apparently that worked. That was scary. That made me jump out of my seat for a second. I got tense on that one. I was like, is he gonna run towards me when he does it? This fight definitely is still one of the bigger ones. Never ceases to be a big boy fight. That's also... Ooh, that was not nice. Okay, wait a second. Let's buff again. Don't kill me through the wall. You're not allowed to do that. I don't give you permission. Damage might be a little tight on this one. Ah, you know what? No, we're good. I was lying.
Witless tarnished. Why cover destined death?
Have you killed yourself with Bloody Blade? Yes. I killed myself with everything that you can use to lower your health on any of these runs. Like, if you can imagine it's possible, I've probably done it just because I'm the master of making silly mistakes. Especially if you only see like the final videos I've made for a lot of runs, the amount of times I've died on some of the things and in all the ways you could just be like, oh, that's so unlikely. I've done probably all of them. Unless it was something where I got the run very quickly. Yeah. I'm very good at making mistakes. That's my superpower. That's why I'm actually pretty good at also doing things well, because I make a lot of mistakes. The prawn/lobster meta, man, fists are... Sorry. The prawn fists are meta now, yes. They were for a while. And I wasn't really following the meta. I was still using Serpent Hunter. Not so much fantasy, but there are amazing mangas about self-discovery in life. Wait, really? Or do you mean like the moral of the story? You're saying there's mangas that are not fictional? Oh, I just realized something. I need to put on determination for Gideon. New run virus? It depends, I guess. Have you seen this run before? Like new challenge overall? You can hit me harder. I'm a professional. With your bad math and the amount of people in here, there's about a 1.5% chance of someone having a birthday. How's that even calculated? What build am I going to go for in the DLC? 40 strength, 40 dexterity, and then probably either arcane or incantations for the rest of the stats. A little bit of health. I'm not sure what level I want to be. I want to have enough ability to use like a majority of weapons that have strength and dex, and then some magic as well. Since you're a fan of the 90s Spidey, have you checked out X-Men 97? I have seen the cartoon for that one, yes. Like from way back in the day. It's kind of foggy in my head though, because again, like that stuff was on TV in 2002. No, 2003 is when I got cable, I'm pretty sure. Or no, 2002 I got cable. 2003, by then, I had watched quite a bit of the channel that played the reruns of the old cartoons, which is YTV. And so I saw the 90s Spider-Man through there. I saw 90s X-Men. What else? The old Batman was on there. Teletoon actually had old Batman as well. Batman Beyond was on there. And like a ton of other stuff. Okay, so I got determination. For this one, you literally just rebuff when you're right in front of him. I'm reminding you that I'm really old, Bruns. That's because you think you're really old. You're actually very young. You're like literally only on the precipice of being an adult. And I'm an actual adult, kind of. Like not on the inside, but still, you know. That's why you feel like I'm old. I'm not actually that old. You just think you're old. It's an illusion. You're old? Okay, well, you know what? We'll get hooked up to machines one day and we'll see what our epigenetic age is, and then you'll be like, yo, this guy's Brian Johnson. Living to 250.
To stand before the Elden Ring, to become Elden Lord. What a sad state of affairs. I commend your spirit, but alas, none.
That's Gideon.
In my bones, a tarnished cannot become.
Old is when your little kid calls you uncle.
Not even you.
Oh, sorry, when a little kid calls you uncle.
A man
That's pretty funny.
cannot kill a god.
Currently have a save file set up where you pick up every single item before burning the Erd tree. Not sure if you should continue because of Melina. That's pretty cool. You have every item before burning the Erdtree. How long did that take you? Are you assuming that burning the Erdtree will change the events of the DLC? Or is it just, that was like another unrelated goal you had or something? Also, okay, actually, here's a fun fact. You think I'm old? I'll go clean shaven completely and wear like really like youthful clothes and speak differently, and then I'll look like I'm 12. How about that? Could probably appear a lot younger if I wanted to. Elden Ring is hard. Gideon is so challenging that I actually almost broke a sweat. Like, I was thinking of maybe even asking you guys for some advice because it was that challenging for me. Oh, wait. Change back to Craig Blade as well for this one. And then, yeah, we've kind of been a bit slow on this run, but I think the next one tomorrow will be a lot quicker. Real voice reveal. Whenever I turn off my voice on... I can't even do the voice crack right now because my voice actually lost it, so it's like the high range is gone. I usually have a voice like this, but then I turned off the keyboard. Dude, I can't do it. It's gone. Yo, getting sick and then losing my voice right after robbed me of the voice crack voice. That's crazy. Is that even worth it? Yeah, I'm actually trying to do a particular voice I was able to do before, and now I can't. That's sad, dude. Wow, okay. I'm kind of upset about that. Apparently it's not fully there yet. Voice acting might not be possible. If I have a character that's like high pitched, it's over. Can't do it. No falsetto singing either. All right, let's go with the Ash of War. Yes, my brain was just completely not working. There we go. Heavy. Nose still clogged up. My nose is perfectly fine. It's just I had a chest cold, and then I actually lost my voice from speaking a lot at the same time. Got my voice back like maybe again a handful of days ago, but it's still a little rough. It's not perfect. It's much better than it was, but yeah. Beard easily adds another 5 to 7 years to your face, yeah. It's kind of funny because I find there's some people, depending on their face structure, and like if you have I guess how smooth your skin is and stuff like that, like you could actually look older without the beard. That's my thing I've noticed, but it's kind of rare though. It depends on the person. It also depends on the style. Same thing with like short and long hair. I've had people have different opinions on how that plays out too. Depends on the hairstyle, the type of hair you have. A few other things too, but yeah. Your youngest sister is older than you? How is your youngest sister older than me when you're younger than me? That doesn't... What? Is that one of those memes like where you're just trying to make my brain break completely? That's like saying like your grandfather's son is your kid's nephew or something. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, I think this is fine. I think we'll be fine on this one. It's got to be very fast. The whole thing with this fight is the momentum. Missing that is annoying. Gotta hang in there, though. A little early. Still looking good. Okay, I think we can get the stagger. Nice. Beautiful.
Tarnished.
Little sketchy, but beautiful.
Thy strength befits a crown.
Can't even grow a beard, and you've been told when you try to grow one, it's a crime against humanity. Big Betsky. I'm sorry to hear that, dude. Wait, how old are you, though, if you don't mind me asking? Because I will say that, like, that kind of stuff definitely changes as you get older. And I hear a lot of people say that are under the age of their maximum potential for it. There's also other things you can do, too, just in terms of, like, general health that helps. But I do understand the idea where, like, if your genetics are absolutely, like, just not calibrated for it, then it is actually, you know, it can be an impossibility in certain cases. But it's kind of nice, though, because then if you are okay with being, like, you know, having a clean look, then you don't have to do as much work, right? It's not nearly as frustrating, and then your skin's not going to have a bunch of stages it goes through where it could be drier or just, like, feel shitty or look bad because you're trying to manage it and then go for it with a cleaner look. 23 with the hip of a 40-year-old. 23 super young. You got 7 more years or even more than that. Even I would say even 17 years more. By the time you're 40, I would say maybe that's a better gauge, because I'd say people into their, like, middle age can still even see differences, but majorly till you're 30, I would say you're gonna get to see. But the hip thing, definitely get it replaced with like a robotic one. And then from there, start building yourself up as a cyborg. And, like, put, like, a little, like, mini turret inside your hip so you can shoot lasers or something like that. Pretty cool. You could help me on this run. And with that being said, got one more boss. That's it. So for this one, I have to basically buff halfway through the fight. I'm just going to talk myself through it really quick beforehand. So basically, Radagon does the stomp attack. He lands after that. I stagger him, riposte him, Cragblade while facing away. He teleports. Roll R2. Roll charged R2. That'll either kill or be close. And then after that, finish off with a light hit. Vow, and then the flame grant me strength before Elden Beast. Then I'm good. But I think I still have enough time to chug a blue flask. I also believe that I could do that before I riposte him as well. So there's a couple different ways. Biggest thing is Elden Beast does not work if you don't have all that stuff done. So yeah, I think we'll have enough. I think we'll be fine with the Great Rune and everything. It's really good RNG. Are we getting a stagger right here? We are. That's funny. Okay, so after this, Cragblade. And then I could probably blue flask there, but I don't want to be too crazy. R2, Vow, Chug, and then really quick Flame Grant Me Strength. No, it wasn't enough. Oh, man, that sucks. I think I'm gonna have to do the fight again. I might get lucky. I'll fish for some good RNG. Oh shit, this is bad. It's kind of ironic how fish is literally like Elden Beast. He's in water, kind of like a fish. How the hell do you do so much damage with level 1? Zinky, a lot of buffs, and then plus 24 iron balls. Almost fully upgraded. All these talismans. I have Red Feather, which at low health boosts the damage even more than you would typically be able to get a boost for if you had full health. Can't wait to grow one. Your dad and you said your brothers have them? Yeah, it's actually funny, Quas. So I used to be in the same like kind of boat where it's like, yeah, that's exciting, but then when you can, it's like, it's not as exciting as it used to be. So enjoy that time while you can until it becomes kind of like a monotonous thing where you're like, whatever. Now it's like kind of one of those things where I don't care either way, but like I'm just kind of curious. I'm like, I wonder how scary I could look, you know? That's the only intrigue, which is kind of a silly thing to even care about, but it's just a fleeting interest. Is there a huge difference between 24 and 25? Not really. But I could actually do even more damage technically. So if I wanted to go even further, there might be a smithing stone I can grab for plus 25. I'm not sure where it is though. If you guys can suggest a location that's really accessible, I'll load a save file tomorrow when we start and I'll try it. I'll try plus 25. Because I think that might actually make Elden Beast better. Oh, there we go. See? Gobo is saying at Forge of the Giants you can get them. In the giant skull? Wait, in the skull at Fire Giant. Is that in the arena? Why are you not using the 1.2 million runes as Elden Beast fight? Oh, sorry, wait. I thought that was a joke for a second. I read that completely different in my head. I thought you were saying, why aren't you running the cheat script to give yourself 1.2 million runes and beat Elden Beast? I was like, what? That made me laugh for a second in my head, and then I was like, wait, you're actually asking a serious question? So I'm a level 1 character, so basically I don't use the runes for anything much, right? I can't level as part of this challenge. Is there enough time? There is. Just enough, dude. Beautiful. Crazy, though. Absolutely crazy. I screwed it up. My god, we're gonna have to do this again? We're gonna have to do this again? Oh my god. Should have spammed a bit more. I had a thought in between that made me hesitate. I was like, what if I just jab him with some regular attacks to do more damage and then not contribute to the stagger, but then squeeze in an extra attack so he's not alive at the end? I could run back. What am I doing? I don't even have to load a file. Why am I not trying it? Because as soon as Elden Stars happens, there's not really a point. Like for the run to go really well, since we're trying to not get hit by anything, the best way to do it is to kill him really quickly. So practicing that method's more important to me to like get that down really well. There's still something I'm doing wrong though. I need to chug a blue flask earlier in the fight. That was a bit of a mistake because there's almost like no time to do the buffs that quickly. I think that when Radagon's warping away, I have time to chug it. Or even, sorry, earlier in the fight, I could just replenish it. Unless I'm not short on it early. Well, no, it'd have to be after Craigblade, I think. It's technically, in this situation... Wait. No, yeah, I can replenish it here, and then there's time. So that might work. Because I think I have even less if I just go in there without having chugged that and then do Craigblade. Where it's at a deficit. So we'll try this. Yeah, that should be more than enough. There we go. Super easy. Beautiful. And that is a run of 12 for the first PB. It's still a lot of redundant hits on silly stuff, but that's really good though. That's a very low PB for level 1 hitless. At least like overall out of all the games I've done, that's one of the lowest PBs I've ever started a run on stream. So I'll take that, and then I think we can get like 5 tomorrow or less easily. Like the goal for this run was to get it in a week. Again, I don't know if that's going to be possible, but It's looking pretty good. And then the time frame of it's going to get a lot less too. So yeah, 4 hours and 8 minutes is the total amount of time. I did have to load some save files, so those times on the actual character might say something different, but it's about 4 hours. Yeah, I could split the time in half by the end of doing this, and I could also split the, well, maybe again, like at the very least 2 hours, 20 minutes, because I'm a little bit newer to it by the time I get it, and then could split the actual hits in half tomorrow.